going to call her.
It is me.
Wonderful.
It is me, and I've been there for a while.
I think I was scrolling and didn't see your guest. I've been used to seeing your guest name in here for a little bit, so thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to call our meeting to order at 5:32. So it looks like we do have nearly everyone in attendance. I think we're just waiting on Trustee Leclerc, who may be joining us a little bit later. We are all joining by teams this evening. I'll just remind trustees, if you are not speaking, if you can mute your mics. That way we can have some clarity in there. Looking for a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda for the public meeting. Moved by Trustee Sartori. Seconded by Trustee Halberstadt, I think that was.
That was me, yes.
Wonderful. Any discussion on the approval of the public meeting agenda this evening, trustees? Seeing and hearing none. Anyone opposed to the approval of the agenda in our public session today? Great, so that is approved. Thank you, trustees. Looking for a mover and a seconder to convene into private session. Moved by Trustee Sartori, seconded by Trustee Burgess. I see it with her hand up. Thank you very much. Anyone opposed? And we'll move into private session. So we'll see everyone over in the private session meeting. We'll be back here to convene into Education Committee at 7 p.m. on the live stream, where we will do our land acknowledgement and continue forward. Thanks, everyone.
this meeting to order. Tonight is the first Education Committee of 2022. In attendance tonight, we do have all trustees and student trustees via Microsoft Teams. So to begin the meeting, I would like to read our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by Indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, and Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Before we begin tonight, I would just like to wish everyone celebrating a happy Lunar New Year this evening. I wish you all peace and a very wonderful celebration. As I mentioned, this is our first Education Committee meeting of 2022. I'm honored to be back as chair and to be sitting with Trustee Burgess as vice chair. And we are excited to continue with the work we started last year with a focus on diversity, equity, perseverance, resiliency, and well-being. The first item tonight would be approval of the agenda. Do I have someone to move that? I see Trustee Sipcar. Is there anyone to second that? Trustee Cook to second. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that carries. Is there anyone that needs to declare a declaration of conflict of interest this evening? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to the approval of the minutes from the education meeting from November 2nd, 2021. That was a very long time ago. Is there anyone to move that? Trustee Higgison to move it and Trustee Sartori to second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there anyone opposed to the approval of the minutes from November the 2nd, 2021? All right, that's approved. There was no business arriving from those minutes. Sorry, I just lost audio there for 1 second. Trustee Burgess, was there anyone that had any discussion with business?
There was no discussion, no opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I lost it for a couple of minutes. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item G, which is a presentation. It's an update on media services by Dr. Howitt.
Good evening, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here this evening to provide you an update on the Media Services Department, their work, and their connections to the strategic priorities. And I'd also like to acknowledge that I have the Manager of Media Services, Dwayne Teskey, on the line with me. I would like to start off with an umbrella comment to the Board of Trustees at the onset of this presentation that I'll revisit at the end of the presentation. When we look at research, in particular meta-analysis research, which is large bodies of research over considerable periods of time, often 25, 30 or more years, and we ask what has the greatest impact on student learning, consistently that research tells us undoubtedly that the educators in our schools have the most profound impact on student achievement and student learning, closely followed by school administration. And our educators and school administrators, as well as our secretarial support staff, our clerks, and our custodians in schools are highly dedicated to ensuring great learning environments and great programming for students. And they really are our heroes, our community heroes on any given day and every day, and especially during the pandemic. They are the heroes in public education. Tonight, however, I'm going to highlight some heroes who are in the background, who work earnestly to make the system work. And tonight I'm going to honor those quiet heroes and helpers from media services. But before I say that, they are part of a collective team of individuals from various departments at the central office and other departments, including special education, student success, program, facility services, finance, information technology, social work, health and safety, human resources, and media services, who are very dedicated staff, who are those quiet helpers in the background who seamlessly make everything work in the system to support the very important work that happens in our schools every day. Next slide, please. So this particular slide here shares the organizational chart for media services, which includes a total of 12.0 staff, inclusive of the manager of media services and the secretarial support. You'll notice that there's an asterisk that's highlighting that there are 10 summer school students, often 8 to 10 summer school students that typically help in the refurbishment of the static kits that are in all of our classrooms throughout the year. And you'll notice that there are 2 additional staff. They on this particular organizational chart that were funded through the system priorities funding that have been with us for a little under 2 years. That funding ends. However, they've played an important role in helping to support the work of the Media Services Department. Next slide. So when we look at the strategic priorities, explicitly, media services helps to support ethical stewardship, making good intentional use of finances and time and resources that implicitly support creating confident learners, supporting educators in classrooms to support the development of confident learners within the system. So I just wanted to highlight that. On the next slide, you'll see what does media services do? Well, it's a 5-fold effect. And just to note, any of the images that are used in this presentation are directly from media services and what they do in schools. So that 5-fold focus that happens through media services is really the management of resources, the receiving, organization, and distribution of materials through the courier services, repairs, installation, recycling, and the retirement of equipment and resources, the management of the Teacher Make and Take Center, as well as any audio, visual, and digital media support within the system. So next slide, specifically, you can see what is the management of those resources. How does it work? Well, a teacher orders a kit, like any one of those kits that are on the image on the screen, and that's just a glimpse of what's at the Media Services Department. They order it, it gets shipped out to the school within a 48-hour period or less. The teacher uses those resources with their students, then packs it up and sends them back to Media Services, who, if there are items that are consumable items and they need to be replenished, they make sure all the materials are in good functioning order before it goes back on the shelf, only to be ordered and go out to the system again. Textbooks and resources are packed and delivered on a daily basis in media services. And in the summer is a big time for media services for those static resources of kits that are in classrooms on a daily basis in schools. And a perfect example of that is math kits that are in every one of our elementary classrooms and every one of our math classrooms in secondary. So that is a huge turnover period of refurbishment in the summer. Next slide. This slide just kind of gives you an idea that there's over $2.5 million of resources in kits that are available to the system. Again, a huge investment in learning resources. We are a resource-rich board, and there are, of these kits, many of them are static in the classroom, but also a good number of them are on a constant rotation of being ordered and put out to the system. And the image in this slide just gives you a glimpse of the magnitude of the number of kits that we have available for access for educator use to support student learning, effective student learning. Next slide. The next item is resource distribution. So in the next slide, you'll see how does that work. We have textbooks that we control through the Media Center that are from K to 8. Once an order is received, it's sorted by courier delivery day. So the next courier day is those items are packed and sent out. So within 24 to 48 hours, those resources are sent to the system and in the hands of teachers and in the hands of students to use. Because we follow this model that's highly efficient, what it does is it's an incentive for schools to not keep additional resources on their shelves. So about 7-8 years ago, I started a process with Mr. Teskey, and we did kind of a campaign in schools to say if there are any resources that are not being used, please send them to the Media Center so that we can make sure those resources are available for schools that are in need of those resources. And there's about 475-ish resources at any given time on this titles, and at any given time about $1 million of resources on the shelf that are constantly shifting based on the needs of schools. Well, about 7-8 years ago, we started to do an analysis of what was being returned, and on an annual basis, between $80,000 and $120,000 of resources of money was saved on resources that we didn't have to buy because we effectively managed those resources in our schools to the Media Center and going out to schools that did need them. Because we have this distribution center, whenever we order bulk items for the system, so it might be textbooks, it might be books for libraries, it might be TV screens, it might be TV stands, whatever it is, when we buy from an external provider, because we have a single shipping spot to deliver those resources, it saves us money. So the example that I provided on the screen is when you have 10 classroom screens arrive at the central distribution spot, Media Center, and then that is effectively unpacked and distributed accordingly to the schools whereby the orders were made, or a systemic order that is made. In that case, it's $100 saved on each screen. So there's a huge advantage to having a center that receives the orders and is able to distribute it to various schools. So the Media Center receives, unloads, sorts, packs, labels, various items for schools and departments. That includes textbooks, learning materials, and they work in tight partnership with facility services for the distribution of PPE. All of that is shipped within 2 courier days. Highly efficient process that's offered through Media Services. The next slide highlights that we're going to talk about electronic repair. And if you go to the next slide, what it shows is we have 2 types of technicians within Media Services. We have the bench technicians. There's 2 individuals. What they do is they are constantly repairing day in and day out computers, iPads, any computer accessories, desktop printers, laptop carts. And depending on the complexity of what's in front of them every day, on average, they repair a minimum of 3 items on a daily basis each. That saves the board, because we have that internal staff to do that work, that saves the board about $300,000 each year, not to mention the downtime of having to collect the items, ship it out to an external repair system, wait for it to be repaired, ship it back, ship it back out to the school. So it saves an incredible amount of money. We have 2 on-site technicians. Right now we have 4 because of that special funding. However, what they do is they recommend and install gym sound systems. They do large electronic screens, projectors in gyms, lighting systems. I don't know if people realize they even do the curtains in the gym. And they fire test them. They work in collaboration with the fire departments, and they do fire testing to make sure there's safety with those curtains. They mount TV monitors. They do cart repair. They even repair scoreboards. They replace electrical plugs. So when a plug gets burnt out, a work order goes in and they go out to do those repairs. And last year alone, during the pandemic, when there was even downtime, when their students weren't in schools, they did just 300 last year during the pandemic. So it gives you an idea of the amount of work that they do. And just imagine a teacher goes to use a digital machine to project images. They go to plug it in, the plug is broken, it interrupts learning. They go to use a digital screen or screen for digital presentations, it's broken, it interrupts learning. They go to use a TV, it's not functioning, it interrupts learning. So when these repairs are constantly being done, it supports a seamless process in the classroom. On top of it, all their installations are safe installations, cost-effective, standardized equipment throughout the system. They run a really tight ship that way. They provide on-site AV support for meetings and events, and typically the work of these on-site technicians saves the board on an annual basis $350,000, not to mention when they work with facility services and contractors regarding consultation on school builds and equipment for gyms like sound and lighting and stage systems. Next slide, please. I'd like to take a moment to highlight courier services through media services. Next slide. What they do is they really highlight the delivery and pickup and transfer between schools on a daily basis. They do the PPE along with facility services. They do equipment, computers, and various materials from departments. They deliver from bulk orders from program or materials that are created from program or student success or special education. They do AV equipment, the repair materials. They do kits, textbooks, collect old textbooks. They help support IT with the delivery of laptops or retired computers or laptop carts for special training. With facility services, again, the support of PPE organization and delivery. They do salt bins, skid pickup and disposals. For human resources, they deliver and transfer ergonomic equipment accordingly to support staff. Special education, they deliver special education equipment, walkers, chairs, and lifts for students. And in the administration building, they do post office pickup and delivery of signs and banners. And when we work with community partners, pickup and delivery for Goodfellow boxes. They do packages, deliveries for our trustees, and any special programming events. In the next slide, you'll see a highlight on the Teacher Make and Take Center, which is really interesting. I don't know how many people realize what a popular spot this is in the board. They provide things like lamination and poster making, and they have the die cuts to make materials for games and learning resources. They have color photocopying, all the stuff that I get excited about as a teacher. I just get excited about all of that. Teachers get to go there, educators get to go there to make those materials. And on any given day, on average, it saves the school or the individual 30% lower retail cost. So at minimum. So an example is if they were going to print a poster, a regular 24 by 36 poster costs about $5.50 at the media center and could cost up to $30 at a local retailer. Color copying costs about 20 cents versus over 40 cents at a local retailer. Lamination is 30 cents a square foot versus over $2 at a local retailer. So it saves our schools money by having a central location to offer this for the entire system. And you can see the footprint of visitors on any given year is generally over 3,500 visits. And during the year that the pandemic initiated, between September and January, we had over 2,500 visitors. On top of it, we have a meeting room, a training room with full AV to help support PD sessions, particularly for health and safety. And in the next slide, I'm going to highlight our audio, visual, and digital media support through media services. The picture there is from the day that we signed the Indigenous Education Protocol at Westgate Public School. Next slide. So essentially, media services supports all in-house visual and audio services to all media productions within the board. We have a graphic designer who helps to develop brochures and logos and reports for the board. The video production allows for the development in-house of TV commercials, educational presentations. We offer appropriate, really high quality photographic services. An example right now, we're running a campaign with JK Registration where we're taking images of students and creating posters for each school, representative of students from every one of our elementary schools that will be part of our media campaign on social media. That requires a high resolution, high quality photograph. Media Services has been out to schools to do that work. And as we well know, they help with the recent implementation and streaming of board meetings and other live events. Next slide, please. So I just go back to the original comments that I started at the onset of the presentation. We know that our school-based staff, educators, administrators, secretarial staff, and custodians are our heroes every day at the grassroots of the organization, but it is important to recognize those quiet heroes from all the supporting departments. And tonight we just highlighted media services. And it makes me always think of a story that one of my predecessors shared. They are a parent to several children, and they would describe waking up every morning, getting out of bed, making a hot breakfast for their children, making lunches for their children, cleaning the snow off the walk and off the car, and heating up the car, only for their children to get out of bed, brush their teeth, get dressed, enjoy a hot breakfast, grab their lunches, and grab their knapsacks to run to the car on a clean sidewalk to enter a heated car for their parent to drive them to school. And the children really never noticed all of those things that kind of fell in place, but they would notice if it didn't happen. So a big shout out to all central office departments, including media services, for metaphorically making the hot breakfasts, the lunches, clearing the walk, and heating up the car so that our schools run efficiently and support our heroes in our school sites to provide quality programming and great learning environments for all the students we serve in public education. And with that, both Mr. Teskey and I are glad to welcome any questions from the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. It was absolutely incredible. I learned so much and I love to learn. So I am so appreciative of this presentation. It definitely highlighted the organization, the hard work, the effective management of the board resources, and it shed a much needed light on the unsung heroes. They're invaluable to this board, and I'm so grateful that we had this opportunity to have this presentation. Are there any questions from my colleagues this evening for Dr. Howitt or Mr. Teskey? Or comments? Trustee Burgess.
I was waiting to see if someone else did. Just for clarification, because I might have missed it, I'm not sure. Do we share these services with our coterminous boards in any way? And how does that, as far as, because there's, you know, we have a transportation consortia, we try to do things, I think, perhaps in procurement, different areas. Is there any advantage in how do we do that with our coterminous boards?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to defer to Mr. Teskey, but yes, we do partner with the coterminous board in support of staff through media services. So I'm going to pass it to Mr. Teskey to provide greater detail.
Yeah, we do share. We share County Courier. We share the video libraries. We share the graphics technician, and we share each other's teacher centers where staff from both boards can go to either the county location or the Windsor location. And they pick up about 40% of the costs.
Thank you. That was my supplemental. How does that save us something? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. Are there any other questions or comments this evening? I don't see anything in the chat and I don't see any hands raised. So thank you very much for that presentation. There were no delegations at the time of the agenda prep. There was no one on the speakers list. So we're going to be moving on to new business, agenda item J1, the school year calendar for 2022-2023. The recommendation is as follows: that the Greater Essex County District School Board approve the modified school year calendars for 2022-2023 as submitted by the schools under its jurisdiction. I see that Trustee Leclerc has moved it. Do I have anyone to second it this evening? Trustee Hatfield has seconded it, and would anyone like to speak to it? Superintendent Hillman?
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and trustees. I'm pleased to bring forward the proposed school year calendars for the 22-23 school year. I've prepared some background information and context on your agenda package, pages 7 through 10. as well as copies of the 2 proposed calendars, one for elementary and one for secondary. In terms of a brief summary, unique this year, and 1 out of every about 5 years is our request to modify the calendars. And the calendar templates are presented to all school boards in the province by the ministry. And we have 2 areas that can be modified. One is the December-January break, where they propose a suggested break, and the other is the March break. And on occasion, for local needs or our own planning, we have preference to change that slightly. And in those scenarios, we are bringing forward a modified calendar by ministry definition. And that's why this is on the table in February, which is a little bit earlier than our regular timetable. The proposal for a modification, which is as described in the memo, an alteration to the December-January holiday break, was unanimously supported in all of my discussions, both with internal union groups, senior team, as well as my coterminous boards. And I'd be happy to answer any specific questions that trustees would have.
Are there any questions? I'm looking in the chat. I don't see any. Trustee Sipkar.
Hi, thank you through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that, Superintendent Hillman, and I might have just missed that. So I noticed that we have the modified calendar, which is just basically moving the holiday break a week or so back, and you noted that it was supported unanimously. What's the reason for that, other than just to is it just better for the Windsor-Essex area? Do other boards do the same in this area? Just curious why we chose to differ from the Ministry of Education's proposed calendar.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. The vast majority of colleagues I work with, certainly in Southwestern Ontario, are modifying the calendar. So there's a couple of challenges, one of which is in the original ministry calendar, what happens is we have students and staff completely done for December on the 16th, leaving a full 7 days prior to the Christmas Day and the holiday itself. Many of our families are working during that time, and it's difficult from both daycare perspectives, private childcare, as well as family work schedules to cover that week. Uniquely in the proposed or the ministry calendar, it would have us, we would be expected to return on January 2nd, but that's a statutory holiday because January 1st would be a Sunday. So that would propose a unique challenge where we would have to make it a statutory holiday on the 2nd, which we've never done before. And it provides all of the time for families post break. So both our parent groups have challenges with that. As a teacher myself over the years, the message has always been, you know, we're going to get to Christmas. Sometimes it's a little busier the last few days, but to have all of or the majority of the break prior to that is not preferred by the majority of our families and staff.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that detail.
Are there any further questions or discussion? Okay, I do not see or hear any, so we'll call it to question.
Trustee Burgess has a question.
Sorry, I just saw your hand up, Trustee Burgess. Go ahead.
EQIO is back this year, and I'm not sure of the entire plans for it, but my understanding is that it will be back. And I'm wondering, in the past, there have been conflicts with certain days of where some students are fasting, etc. I'm wondering if there's any, if that was in the consideration and that there isn't a conflict. I don't know the dates for the next school calendar for those times. So.
Thank you for the question. One of the opportunities school boards have is to place EQAO within a set time frame, and that has changed slightly over the years, and it may or may not change, you know, as there's a movement towards online or non-online. But generally speaking, within a 10-day time frame, schools would have to get that done. So as a principal myself, we would always be very thoughtful, you know, which of the 10 days, which of, you know, we would select 4 days of the 10 to make most appropriate. That would include things like specific religious holidays, issues of fasting, if necessary that particular year, even things like attendance. So in my building, Fridays were the lowest attendance. That would not be the day we would do EQO testing. So I'm confident that despite what the ministry brings forward in terms of expectations, that there is flexibility within that for our schools to make those appropriate decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Hillman. Are there any other comments or questions before we call this to question?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Okay, Trustee Halberstadt.
Yeah, with Jeff was talking about EQAO, I've noticed in media reports that some boards are not actually having them this year, and I'm just wondering if there's anything different with what we're doing because of the pandemic and the disruptions that we've had for the last few years.
Dr. Howitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. EQAO for grade 3 and 6 is planned to take place in a time period towards the end of May to the end of June. It is planned for a digital data collection this year of the assessment for both reading, writing, and mathematics. We are presently waiting for information about the onboarding process for the transfer of data, but we're waiting for more details about the actual assessment that is planned and will take place towards the end of May to end of June. And I defer to my colleague, Superintendent Canty, about grade 9 and the OSSLT.
Thank you, Dr. Howitt, and through you, Madam Chair. We are looking forward to having both the grade 9 math test coming up. We are unloading students next week, and it will be near the end of the school year now that we're in thankfully back into 4 classes. The students will have an opportunity to do the EQO math at the end of the school year. And the OSSLT, we're also planning, there's a couple sessions at different schools we're planning. Again, as Dr. Howitt said, it's all in-person testing only.
Supplementary, are the EQAOs, are they going to be posted across the province like generally they have been, or is this a different situation now?
I would, through you, Madam Chair, I would anticipate that the reporting of results would occur in the fall of 2022 as typically reported for grade 3 and 6.
So really nothing's changing.
I wouldn't anticipate if the assessment takes place, reporting would be provided to school districts and public reporting.
The grade 10 OSLT, that test is going to go through too, I take it, and you need that for graduation, right?
That's correct. It is still a graduation requirement.
Are we off? I'm not saying off base is not the right word, but are we different than other school boards with what we're doing and it's continuing as before?
No, we're similar to other school boards. The pandemic's affected us all the same, and so we've had to make delays and we've had to move things around. But no, there's very little difference between school boards.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'll ask one more time. Are there any questions or comments? I'm really having issues tonight with my audio, so if I miss anything, please put it in the chat. Okay, seeing and hearing none. Is there anyone opposed to the 2022-2023 modified school calendar? All right, seeing and hearing none, that carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item K, reports to be received. We have an update on the school library learning commons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, you'll find from page 11 to 17 in your education package is an informational report on the mission, goals, values, and investment in our learning libraries, including support of our library teachers. You'll notice that the work is primarily focused on supporting inquiry and critical learning, critical literacy skills, which enhance the overall 21st century competencies of global citizenship, communication, collaboration, metacognitive skills, innovative skills, and of course, critical thinking skills, which really is about supporting learners in being ethical consumers and ethical producers of literature. The focus also in the package is around the three main objectives of teaching and learning, resource management, and school leadership of the teacher librarians, and a focus on the infusion of resources that are reflective more of the lived experience of the very diverse student population that we have in the Greater Essex County District School Board. Statistics are provided on the total value of family of schools as well as circulation rates, and also some statistics on our digital learning content by primary, junior, and intermediate that are accessible with read alouds and translation software. And interestingly, the number of unique hits on those resources on a regular year has catapulted during the pandemic, which is, I think, a residual positive impact of what happened during the pandemic of leveraging the use of those resources. I'm glad to answer any questions, and I know teacher consultant Mike Thrasher has also joined us to assist with questions from the Board of Trustees. Glad to answer anything you may have.
Thank you so much for that, and welcome, Mr. Thrasher. I see that Trustee Chin does have a question. If there's anyone else, please put it in the chat or raise your hand so that I can see you.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is that on page 12, there are adapted from International Freedom of Library Association, IFLA, and I checked online. There is no such association. Is that International Federation of Library Association?
I'm going to defer to teacher consultant Mike Thrasher, but that this is sourced from that organization. So, Mr. Thrasher.
Thank you so much, Dr. Howitt. Yeah, so this information is sourced from that organization. They're a body that governs school libraries across the world, and they created a manifesto in 2021 to govern school libraries and to talk about the importance of how school libraries should operate in the world and how we should be 21st century citizens.
Okay, so I wonder if you can double check the word International Freedom or International Federation. Okay.
Yeah, I can do that for you. So if you'd like, I can send you a link to their website if you prefer.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Can I have another question?
Trustee Chin, can I put you on the list for second questions?
Sure. Yeah,
okay, sure. No problem. I have Trustee Higgison.
Thank you very much, and through you, Madam Chair, thank you very much for this report, and I especially appreciated the breakdown per school. I think it's really interesting for parents, especially for seeing on GECPIC now. I wonder if that's a very useful piece of information for GECPIC to know in their support of parent involvement committees at the school level too. So I very much appreciate that. My question was about Superintendent Howitt, you mentioned that our access to our online resources has skyrocketed. I'm so glad to see that if students are spending extra time on screens, as my own children are, that it's nice that they're accessing things like this that are useful to their learning and dovetail really nicely with the curriculum. We did see a little bit of a change in the funding for some subscriptions and online resources from the ministry that used to fund things in a kind of consortium style funding. Are we seeing any cuts to things that we would normally have relied on? Are we pivoting to something else as a result of any of those changes to the funding, or are we kind of seeing that we're able to maintain the resources that either are being highly used by our students or pivoting to something else that is more cost effective or similar?
So I would say through you, Madam Chair, that the resources in our libraries have not been impacted in the Greater Essex, that we continue to offer high quality access to resources that are Canadian based. It has been an issue around what was been purchased with the consortium at a different time, but we've been able to maintain what we've offered in the district for our schools because we fundamentally believe it's important for our students and our staff to have access to the most contemporary resources reflective of what's happening globally as they engage in research and learning and develop those 21st century competencies. Mr. Thrasher, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would just say, and some other things to think about. Some better resources have evolved since that consortium was created years ago. So there's actually better free resources available online, which we can support students with, which is nice. And so we're using those as well.
That's great to hear. I'm really glad that we're transitioning that way. It's always good to use those free and open resources where we can. So I appreciate that culture being built at Greater Essex. Thanks.
Is there anyone else with the first question? I see Trustee Burgess and then Trustee Halberstadt.
I'll defer to Trustee Halberstadt since I'm watching the chat, and then I'll go next.
Sure thing. Trustee Halberstadt, it's yours.
Thank you. Yeah, on page 13 of this report, it's indicated that over 12 months, our library system has purchased $100,000 in new inclusive resources. I guess the budget thing, where does the 100,000 come from? Is it part of the overall budget for libraries? Has it been increased? Have we got any grants to make those kind of excellent purchases?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair, the resources have been part of the review of Indigenous resources in our system. I believe we presented to the Board of Trustees in the spring as to the process for a review of Indigenous resources. The funding for that has come through the Board Action Plan to support Indigenous education. So we focused the dollars through that plan to ensure that the resources in our library are representative of contemporary Indigenous students, family, and history.
Okay, so that is a separate budget item now?
It is a budget provided through funding by the ministry and board allocated dollars to Indigenous education, both.
Okay, this is supplementary. I've noticed that the Windsor-Essex Catholic Board, they had a controversy about back in 2011. I was online today looking for that, and they have discontinued their library services. I think that was 2011. Clara, are there any other boards that do not offer library services like we do? I mean, ours is the Cadillac, obviously, but what about other boards in the province?
Thank you for the question. We compare to, if you look at segmented regions within the province of Ontario, we compare to what happens mostly in central Ontario and the GTA area, where over 80% or over 90% of district school boards in those areas do have libraries with qualified teacher librarians. Some of the smaller boards in the eastern or northern part of Ontario have lesser support in terms of those teacher librarians and dedicated library space. If you look at southwestern Ontario, where we are located, about half of the districts have dedicated libraries and teacher librarians. I think personally it is a feather in the cap of the Greater Essex County District School Board that we have maintained these libraries and the caliber and quality of the libraries and professional development for teacher librarians and the digital resources that are available, because I really do believe it supports student learning and the development of 21st century competencies. So we compare to what happens mostly in the larger boards and the GTA area. But when we compare to southwestern Ontario, about half of the districts offer qualified teacher librarian and dedicated space and resources for library use for students.
Okay, can you tell me how many librarians, teacher librarians we have in our system?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Mr. Thrasher to help with that, because every school should have dedicated time for teacher librarians. And Mr. Thrasher, help me if I'm not correct in this, but it just ranges between allocated time depending on school size. But most sites have a dedicated teacher librarian.
Yeah, and to add to that, so every site does have a dedicated teacher librarian. Some allocations based on student population are a little bit smaller. You know, so it could range from 0.25 all the way to 1.0 of their day, depending on the size of their school. So we would have 53 and 14. So.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Is there anyone else that has a question or comment aside from Trustee Burgess? Seeing none, Trustee Burgess, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to sort of double down on the last question because that's one of my questions. I have a question for clarification about the asterisk associated with certain schools, but the question I have is, what exactly does a teacher librarian do? Because I look at this report and I am so proud of it. It's something that every year when we come to our annual budget, we commit to hiring and placement of teacher librarians and having that position. How does a teacher librarian enhance student learning? What do they do? Why is that a bonus? And I ask that because we're going into kindergarten registration. And parents who are looking for, you know, enhanced special education, enhanced skills of staff, etc., have a real choice because things are different in different boards. And teacher librarians add an awful lot. But could you describe what they do with the staff and with learning, how that enhances learning?
Sure, I'll start it off, and I will defer to Mr. Thrasher to add if I'm missing anything. Or to enhance in any way. Essentially, in the report, it talks about three main areas of teaching and learning, resource management, and school leadership. So the teacher librarian is really a partner with the classroom teacher. What is the area of focus that the teacher is working on, depending on the curriculum expectations and content area? They work to leverage resources, both digital and hard copy resources, through the library to support the teacher in the pedagogical practice of teaching that content area, as well as to support students in deepening their knowledge and understanding and research skills in that area. On top of it, they manage all of those resources to make sure things are flowing appropriately and accessible, and that they're making sure that resources are being returned and available to students at any given time. And then that school leadership part is really about partnering with school administration and with the staff in supporting the priorities that have been identified around school improvement, and how is that leveraged through the school library. So they're really a partner in education with the classroom teachers and with school administration of leveraging the focus of learning and leveraging those resources that are available to support that. And because of their expertise in resource management and digital access, because we frequently engage in professional development in a typical normal year with our very wonderful teacher librarians, because they have that digital access and understanding, we do have a library coach that also supports teacher librarians with that. It just leverages the use of the most contemporary resources within the system to augment learning and skills with our students to be consumers, critical literacy consumers of information, which means that they learn how to refute information that's put in front of them. They don't automatically assume that information in this digital world is what is when it's put in front of them. So they develop those skills to consider voices that are not coming forward in the messaging. They develop those skills to be able to say, what is the producer's message? Is it being manipulated in some way? So that they become, discerning individuals of information that comes forward in this world where information is at your fingertips, available 24/7. We want them to be more discerning consumers of that, and then as well as exercising their voice in becoming producers of that information. So that librarian is a partner in doing all of that work. And
I can imagine what that means, especially to a new teacher.
Oh, it's a gift.
somebody coming new to the profession, that leveraging that support is critical and is, as you said, a feather in our cap. But I mean, it's absolutely critical. So thank you for that answer. Can you answer the supplemental question on when I look and I see an asterisk beside Western Secondary, for example, and I think I saw Peely Island. Is that the year of circulation, or is that some exception? I can't find the corresponding asterisk to find the footnote or whatever.
I'm having a hard time finding it. Mr. Thrasher?
Yeah, sorry. So I'll just talk there. So Peely Island doesn't have a dedicated library with circulation. So even though they do have books and they do circulate, they don't have like what we would track in Destiny. And then Western's collection is just rather small. So the stats don't really influence what's happening there. Sorry that I did not put that in there. So neither Western's nor Peely Island stats actually factor into those circulation stats, but they factor into the value stat.
Cheers.
Thank you so much for both of those answers. Those were both questions that I had. So thank you, Trustee Burgess, for asking, and thank you for the answer. I think it really emphasizes how critical teacher librarians are to student success. So it's a wonderful report. And again, thank you so much for the comprehensive answers. Before I move on to second questions, one last call for first questions or comments by any of my colleagues. I don't see anything in the chat. I'm not seeing any hands up or hearing anything. So we'll move on to Trustee Cheen for her second question.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have concerns regarding the ideology, and cultural kind of change, because based on the history that for certain time of period, some ideology might be correct, right, and some might not be, allowed. But now things changed a lot. So I'm observing that the library also, they are changing. They are kind of discarding some kind of books and buy more new progressive books. And I just want to mention that if we can be more prudent to do this, because based on the boards especially from America, and some library materials are strongly complained and not allowed by the parents, especially for certain religions. So I am wondering if we have think about this aspect, and when we order or disseminate some kind of books, especially more sensitive topic materials, did we take any further action to prevent those kind of controversy, and to kind of control the access of certain books for certain groups of students, to to avoid those complaints. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And yes, that process is taken very seriously within the district. Any resources that are purchased from a central office perspective are vetted through the central office and vetted with various groups representative of whatever that content material may be brought forward. Nothing is purchased for systems without a vetting process. But as mentioned previously, we are working diligently to review resources in our library of various individuals of lived experience. And the first group that we started with is with the original people, Indigenous people. And so we worked with the Indigenous Education Advisory Committee in consulting as to a process to review those materials. We divided them into three categories: ones that were antiquated and no longer reflective appropriately of Indigenous people, culture, and history. Those books have been weeded out of the system. When we know better, we do better, and we know better now. Those books that were okay, we've left on the shelves, and those books that needed to be reviewed went through an extensive process, again in consultation with the IEAC. And then those books have been weeded that have not been appropriate in the system. And we had a plan of professional development to work with our teacher librarians to help them in developing those skills of viewing and reviewing materials that are added to the system. We also have a processing queue of looking at materials in terms of representative of the Black community, of the Asian community, of the Jewish community, of the 2S LGBTQ plus community. That process is in queue to begin and start so that we are constantly cyclically reviewing resources that are representative of the students and families that we serve within the district that honestly depict the celebration, culture, accomplishments of individuals appropriately in a contemporary way versus an antiquated way, which we know could hurt students. And again, as we continue to know better, the better we do.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions or discussions? Seeing none, thank you very much for that report and those answers, and thanks for joining us, Mr. Thrasher. Okay, we are going to move on to trustee question period. Are there any questions? Trustee Higgison.
Thank you very much, and through you, Madam Chair, to administration. So recently the board has released a statement regarding the name and imagery of the mascot Captain Rebel at Riverside Secondary and discontinuing its use at the school. Obviously, it's a huge change and a lot to take in for both the Riverside community and certainly the Windsor-Essex community. So my question is through you to Director Kelly and whomever else may be able to contribute to an update on, if you can update us and the community on what's happening, what's taken place up until now, what's expected, and what work is being undertaken with regards to not only the Riverside, the current circumstance at Riverside, but perhaps system-wide, what we're looking at. If you can provide an update for us on that, that would be great.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair Higginson. I want to say that, the Riverside School, secondary school spirit name, as you noted, and the image of the mascot were rescinded because it was believed to be harmful to Black students and contrary to the code, and also not in keeping with our strategic directions of the board. So as you noted, the reasons were detailed on the website in the statement, and we have concluded that the rebel name discriminates against Black and Indigenous students and is harmful to communities more broadly. We are therefore obligated to make that change. We have, as you noted, issued a statement of apology for the damaging messages caused by the name and representations. Information was shared with the Anti-Black Racism Committee of the board, as well as the Riverside Parent Council about the change. To update you with respect to images and what's happened in the building, I believe most of the images, and I know that Superintendent Canty may be able to speak to this more readily, but images in the building have been removed and are covered, and staff have been provided with information about the change, and as well, students will be provided with information and also support around that. As you noted earlier in your question and statement, that this is a difficult change for everybody, and there's an important level of understanding that needs to occur there. We will also be providing human rights training to all of our administrators as well. And in addition, we will also be working on a plan to review all school names and mascots in the upcoming month or so to begin looking at that. And so if that's helpful, Superintendent Canty or Ms. Salvador, Roz would like to add any comments or questions to that. Roz is our Human Rights and Equity system advisor, so they may have additional thoughts on things that have taken place as they've been very involved. So, Superintendent Canty, did you want to add?
I'd add one thing, Director Kelly, and through you, Madam Chair, just an outstanding job done by our facility services. There was so much work that needed to be done. They got in at the end of last week and during the weekend to do the very difficult work and a lot of work that, we didn't know how much there was going to be. So really thank you to Superintendent Armstrong, Julian Henchcliffe, and the entire facility services team.
Thank you. And I don't think I have anything to add, subject to any questions.
Thank you.
Thanks. If I could
just,
yeah, just supplemental to that, you did mention that there's a review of school names and school mascots that we're going to be perhaps undertaking, that administration is going to be undertaking in the coming months. I'm wondering if you can, if there's any kind of details on that, or when we can expect some of that work, just so that the school communities can be aware that may be coming, some information may be coming to them, or what sorts of things we're kind of undertaking and looking into at the school level for those.
Thanks very much for the question. We have discussed an idea for a plan around that. I can certainly share more information later with respect to that, but it is our intention to have some research done on that. Obviously, that's a time-consuming process to do the system, and we would be looking to do a thorough detail of that as soon as we can, acquire someone to do that.
Thank you very much.
Next on the list, I do have Trustee Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I do have a question regarding the report that was on the website. It says the board will conduct a thorough human rights investigation into what took place in 2021. So it's a public report. So I'm asking, one, who is going to do that investigation? And two, who's going to be investigated?
I'm wondering if I could ask Roz Salvador to respond to that.
Thank you. So the reason for the investigation is there is some lack of clarity in terms of what took place in 2021. And we know this is a human rights issue. We know that, the name was retained in 2021. So there are some things that need to be looked into from a human rights perspective. We know we have come out and said that the reason for the change is that we know that in order to, make sure that we're in compliance with our human rights obligations, that the change needed to happen. So there are some questions that aren't answered, and so that's why we're looking into it. In terms of who would conduct the investigation, that still remains to be worked out. So whether it would be done internally or by an external investigator. And part of scoping out the investigation would actually be to look at the situation and decide what actually components need to be investigated. So that work has not yet been done.
Supplemental. So I'm assuming that because this is all public, any results from the investigation will also be made public.
I think that would need to be determined once the investigation is complete. Human rights investigations are very sensitive. So there may be aspects that could be shared, and there may be aspects also that couldn't. And so I don't know that we would be able to predetermine that from where we stand right now.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few people on the list. Trustee Sartori was first, then Trustee Hatfield and Trustee Halberstadt. So Trustee Sartori.
Hi, thank you. I was just following up on some questions Chair Higginson was asking about the review of the school names. And my question was around, so I'm happy to know that we will be doing a review of the names of all schools across the system. I was wondering if, knowing that it will be a lengthy process with, probably many components that will be somewhat time consuming, as was mentioned. I'm wondering if it's possible to prioritize at least some of the schools in the system that we already know we have had some community members reaching out to us about. Have we thought about whether we can start prioritizing some of the schools, sooner rather than later, and what would that process look like?
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question, Trustee Sartori. Yes, we have discussed that it makes sense to be looking at places where there are concerns been raised or information that we know or that we've heard about or that people raise over the next while, and that would make sense and that would be a part of our consideration in our planning.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, I'm moving on to Trustee Hatfield's question.
Okay, thank you. Mine also comes from the previous questions, and I guess first for clarification, it sounds to me like an investigation is being conducted because someone was informed of a human rights violation and didn't take appropriate action, and that concerns me. I'm assuming that administration made the school aware of a human rights violation, because otherwise, why would there be an investigation? And if administration didn't make the school aware, then why didn't they?
Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. I'm not sure I can answer that question right now. That is what we'll be looking into. But your question is well posed. Thank you for that.
And then secondly, that's related to what has just all been said by the past three trustees. I was told from the highest level that nothing would be done about investigating or examining school names because there was no direction from trustees, and that it was the purview of trustees to deal with school names, and that it wasn't going to be undertaken because trustees had not requested it. I was told that just recently. So someone needs to sort that out for me.
I can begin if that's all right, through you, Madam Chair. My understanding, the naming of schools under policy is something that trustees obviously are involved with. Staff may sit on a committee for support, but are not involved in that. There hadn't been a board motion on that. I think it's a decision of administration that trustees appreciate that kind of review. And so if I'm seeing any one objecting to that, then of course we wouldn't be, but it would seem logical that we would be at this time. So I don't know if anyone else wants to comment.
Well, I've had two different responses to that point just recently. But
Trustee Sartori's hand is up for comment as well, Madam Chair.
Yep, I was just going to say that. Thanks so much.
Sure, if possible, if I could clarify, I do recall, and I don't have, the exact date or the exact motion, but I recall that in the fall, Sipcar had brought forward two related motions. I believe one was to form a committee, and one was related to developing an EDI work plan. And in the course of the discussions by the trustees at that meeting, both of those motions were carried by the board. I had actually asked the question if a review of all school names in the system could be considered as part of that. I believe it was part of the, during the course of the discussion of the work plan motion, and that was agreed to. Whether it was captured in the minutes or not, I'm not entirely sure, but my understanding leaving that meeting is that that would indeed be done. And in fact, I believe I had also asked at the moment, or at the meeting, whether or not I needed to make a separate motion if it wouldn't be considered in that work plan, and I did not have to do that.
Thank you, Trustee Sartori, through you, Madam Chair. I did review the motions. I didn't see it in there, but certainly that is something we are undertaking. So thank you for that clarification and memory of that. But I did review the motions. It wasn't specifically in the motion or captured in the minutes, but thank you for that.
So that might be why there's some confusion on this, on whether or not trustees needed to initiate some action, and then me being told that there had been no initiation by trustees to go in that direction.
Through you, Madam Chair, we could see clarity on that. Perhaps there's misunderstanding on that, but what I'm saying to trustees, unless there's any objection, we will be pursuing that.
So we are definitely undertaking a review of all our school names.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have Trustee Halberstadt's hand up and Trustee Burgess's hand up.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm just a little concerned about the investigation at Riverside, and I don't know anything about it. I didn't know anything about this whole exercise till a few days ago, and then it's it's all over the media. But I would hope that it's a cloud over the school's head right now, as far as I'm concerned, and I think it needs to be addressed soon, of what somebody might have done or might not have done, and what would the punishment be? Would it be punitive, or we don't know anything about this other than there's going to be an investigation. So I hope we can wrap that up soon. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is trustees seem to be basically not consulted at all on this, and I'm told that it's because of it's an administrative matter. I'm not so sure as I agree with that totally, and I have asked for some information from OPSPA earlier today with regard to this kind of problem, and I would hope that we can straighten this out soon, because it's going to hang over our head. I don't know how many schools are we going to be investigating. Lions, tigers, that kind of stuff. To me, it seems like a lot of effort for very little value. That's what I have to say about that.
If I could, through you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Yeah, I just would comment on that to Trustee Halberstadt. Generally, school mascots are at the school level in terms of decision making, and we will look into certainly to that. And I believe the principal has a process that looking to do that, changing the mascot, and so there could be. And that could happen quickly, and certainly we do need to get a look at these issues and have a plan for them. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Before we move on to Trustee Burgess's question, I do know that Trustee Cook also said that she had a comment. I'm not sure whether it's about the issue at hand. Do you still?
I'm good.
Floor, Trustee Cook?
I'm sorry.
You're good?
I'm good.
Okay,
Thank
no
you.
problem. No problem. So Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I would like to, I don't want to precede anybody. My question is about future planning. And that's about, we do have a policy, for example, on reunions. And it becomes difficult when proud alumni get together and they want to come wearing their treasured swag from, 50 years ago. Or 40 years ago, and they were proud rebels, and a reunion happens, and we have a policy that helps fund these activities. And I'm not suggesting any remedy, but I put it on the radar because I think it's also a policy that might have to have an amendment to it or the regulation so that when we do get together, we acknowledge the present as much as the past, and that when we do acknowledge the past, that it's done not only sensitively, but with justice, with, recognizing that a page has turned and that the reunion's not a celebration of the good old days in a hurtful way, but the good old days in a good way. So I just put that on the radar because I don't have any history of that, where there's been a controversy at a reunion or celebration of alumni, and I'm just going to leave that in admin's capable hands. But I think we need to have some kind of direction around that in our policy or reg for reunions.
Okay, are there
Since
any?
it's trustee question period, it should be formed in a question. Is it possible to consider that?
Yes. Are you looking to me, Trustee Burgess, or a response to that? It would be, obviously, it's policy, and therefore would go through the Board of Trustees for the policy committee and to the board. So that would be the way it would work, but that's a consideration that we could bring forward.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. I do see a couple of hands up, but they are from Trustee Halberstadt and Trustee Hatfield, who have both asked questions. Is there anyone else who has a question this evening for trustee question period? All right, I don't see anything in the chat and I don't see any yellow hands up. So we can move on to notices of motion. Are there any for this evening? Are there any notices of motion for the Education Committee for this evening? Seeing and hearing none, we can move on to announcements. Are there any announcements for tonight? I have several. Trustee Higgison, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you, I am excited to announce that February launches our kindergarten registration. Kindergarten registration officially begins for our newest GECDSB learners February 22nd. Each school site is hosting a virtual kindergarten open house from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. on February 23rd. So you can stay nice, warm, and cozy in your house and virtually tour your brand new school. Families are welcome to contact their local school with any questions as to our open house and kindergarten registration, or set up a time for a virtual tour. We offer outstanding kindergarten programming throughout the district with the leadership of highly dedicated and extremely talented staff. And we're really looking forward to families joining the GECDSB, and we have big plans for your little one. I am always so excited to see their excitement, and it certainly is a burst of energy in our schools that I love to see every year, and I love to see who they become when they walk across our graduation stages. It's wonderful to see. So February 22nd, and virtual open houses for our newest learners on February 23rd.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions before I begin? I don't see any. So to start, February is Black History Month in Canada. It is a time to honor the contributions and rich legacy of Black Canadians and their communities. The Greater Essex County District School Board is pleased to acknowledge and celebrate the very important role that African Canadians have played in the cultural, political, social, and economic progress of our community in the past, the present, through our locally developed, recently revised Roads to Freedom documents. The GECDSB Roads to Freedom resources are intended to provide teachers and students with background information on local African Canadian heritage, history, contributions, and cultures, and are directly linked to revised learning expectations in the Ontario Social Studies and History curriculum. Staff also received access to a detailed SWAY, which highlights resources available within the district and community to support both educator and student learning. You will see that our social media posts also highlight the rich contributions of Black Canadians, both locally and beyond. Thank you to our educators for their efforts to celebrate Black history and people throughout the month of February and throughout the year. As well, we do have some special feature days throughout the month of February. As stated earlier, today marks the beginning of Lunar New Year, so Happy New Year to all celebrating. February 10th is National Sweater Day. So students and staff across the system will be donning their cozy sweaters on February 10th as they learn. So take some pictures and post it as you're being cozy and learning throughout that day. February 17th is one of my favorite days. It's Random Acts of Kindness Days. It's a day to be kind, not only to other people, but to yourself. It's a day to really spread that wave of kindness that I think we all need right now, especially. So take that day to be kind to everyone, and don't just stop that day. Try to do something kind every single day, even if it's just a smile to someone. Be kind to other people and be kind to yourself. And remember Aesop's very wise words that no act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted. So think of that every single day. I try to tell that to my kids every day. Do something kind, be it to someone else or be it to yourself. But no matter how small, it is never wasted. And as well, February 21st is Family Day, and we wish all Greater Essex County District School Board students, staff, and families a restful weekend with their loved ones. Take that time to be cozy and really soak in those moments together. Are there any other announcements before we adjourn this evening? I don't see anything, and my chat has been disabled, so I am without the chat for the rest of the evening.
There isn't anything in the chat other than Trustee Higginson. So.
All right, thank you so much. So with that,
although can I prompt Trustee Sipkar, or is she saving an announcement for another committee announcement agenda?
I was going to save it for the next committee, but
fine.
You're right. It might be more appropriate here. I can do it quickly if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Of course.
Okay. As per Trustee Burgess's nudge, the Ontario Public School Board Association, OBSPA, released a student trustee handbook last week on January 27th. I am on the, and that was actually in working with the OSTA ACOS, so the Student Trustee Association. I am on that liaison committee, and I had participated in writing a portion of the handbook. So thank you to all the colleagues across the province and our student trustee partners who are excellent in giving feedback, and to our current student trustees, you're welcome to take a look, and hopefully our future student trustees will as well. So you can find that at the OBSPA website, opsba.org. It should be right on the front page.
All right, thank you so much for highlighting that. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. And Trustee Sipkar.
Thank you, Trustee Olmsted. And so I am going to call the Operations and Finance Committee meeting to order at 8:21 p.m. All those in attendance are the same as the Education Committee that was previously noted. Can I get approval of the agenda, item C1? Trustee Cook moves that. Can I get a seconder? Okay, Trustee Cheen, thank you. Any opposed, or sorry, any discussion on the agenda? Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that carries. Any declarations of conflict of interest? No, okay, seeing none, moving on to approval of the minutes. And these are the minutes from November 2nd, 2021. Can I get a mover? Okay, Trustee Cheen, seconded by Trustee Higginson. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Any opposed? And that carries. Okay, item F, business arising from the minutes. I see hands, but I see that they might be remnant hands there. So I see, I don't know if they're current hands. Trustee Halberstam and Trustee Olmsted, is that accurate? Trustee Halberstadt, I'm going to assume that's a remnant hand.
So remnant hand, yes.
Okay, and I'll suggest, because the version of Teams that I'm using tonight is a little odd. So if anybody has a comment, I can see the chat, but I can't see people's hands as well. So if you do have a comment, if you could type it in the chat. If you're having issues, please just let me know verbally. Unmute yourself. I can deal with that. So. Okay, seeing no business arising from the minutes, I'm going to go to presentations and hand it over to Superintendent Armstrong, who will introduce our presenters for tonight.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm very pleased to welcome Keith DeGroot, who is the board's process engineer, and Ms. Juliana Hinchliffe, who is our manager of facility services. And tonight they're going to take you through a presentation with respect to our service quality management system. Thank you.
Just waiting for my PowerPoint to load up here. I think everybody should be able to see it now. Happy Lunar New Year to everybody celebrating. And I'm Keith DeGroot, and I'm going to talk about our service quality at Facility Services. So I'd like to start with our mission statement, and that's to enhance enrollment and support academic performance by partnering with all stakeholders to provide the best learning environment. And, our mission statement, it's really at the core of what we do. It's been our mission statement for many, many years since we started doing this service quality stuff. And I think it's really withstood the test of time. And so we'll kind of go from there. So as I mentioned, we're ISO certified, and we've been certified to the 9001 standard since 2003. So that's approaching 20 years. The current standard is the 2015 standard, and that's what we're certified to. We've been certified to the 2000 standard and the 2008 standard in the past. Every once in a while they update the document, and we have to kind of change what we're doing to make sure we're staying current. To maintain the certification, there is an annual survey, an annual audit that's done by SGS right now, and that's every 3 years. We get recertified, and they do an annual surveillance audit on us. And what that does is it really makes sure that our management system is appropriate and effective, and that we're identifying and implementing improvements. So it's really a system of management, and that you continually improve. So how do we do this? One kind of overview of that is it's a PDCA cycle, a plan, do, check, act. So we plan what we're doing, we set objectives, we do risk mitigation plans, we implement our changes, communicate, we train people, we have standard operating procedures, we continually update on how we do stuff. We check what we're doing. We do surveys, internal audits, we have our SGS audits. We inspect our internal staff, we inspect our contractors. We look at a lot of data through our work order system and other key performance indicators to really, see how we're doing. And then we act. We try to stabilize any changes, improvements that we've made, and then we're back to planning and kind of improving and making new plans. So that's kind of an overview of a service quality management system. So for us at Facility Services, every year we set our objectives, and they're pretty steady. And then we have key performance indicators, some data that we gathered to support those. So our objectives are to maintain a good partnership with educators, provide good customer service, continually improve services and performance, clean schools to a good standard, maintain schools to a good standard, maintain buildings in good condition, maintain energy efficient buildings, and prevent accidents and injuries. So we take those and we look at what we can measure to see how we're doing with respect to those objectives. And we look at those on a continual basis. We're meeting every Monday, at least once a month. We're looking at our objectives, our KPIs, and seeing where we're at. and trying to correct the course kind of as we go. So to give you a sense, I talked about, maintenance, how we maintain buildings to a good standard. In maintenance, we measure how quickly we're able to address maintenance concerns. We look at our work order system to make sure we're completing the majority of our work orders on time. We look at our backlog to make sure we don't have too many work orders getting into backlog and taking too long. We have our survey where we have principals rate us on maintenance, and our staff are out there, every day doing things from, changing LED lights to filling in potholes to whatever else may happen at our facilities. In operations, we're trying to clean schools to a good standard. And I think important here is a standard. We've set a standard across the system on what we expect for cleaning. We have task sheets and we have best practices that all of our custodians are aware of. We go out and we inspect each area that a custodian works in to make sure that we're meeting our standards. We've set up training. Our newest kind of initiative is doing some peer training. And what happens? So all of our new custodians come in, and there has been a lot in the last little while of new trainees. We need to get them to understand our system, and that's what we're doing here. So, I've got a picture here, and this is one of our peer trainers going through how to clean a classroom, how to properly clean desks, what chemicals to use, how to approach it, how often to do things. So, it's a lot about standards, and that's what we're doing in operations. Building condition. A big contributor to maintaining buildings in good condition is our capital projects department. This not only includes new schools, which are certainly great when you're trying to improve building condition, but all of the the major upgrades that they take on year after year. From replacing doors to recently this year. I mean, there's a lot of work on ventilation systems where they go in. Usually in a very short period of time, 2 months over the summer, and try to leave room for for operations staff to get the schools cleaned up prior to school. So they're in there, they're doing that, and they keep trying to provide good customer service and keep in contact with our building administrators as they do it. And then, so we measure a lot of stuff, which is good, and we try to set our objectives. But I think there's some things that can't be measured. And I think that's important too, because, when we look at partnership and customer service, it's really the dedication and understanding of a lot of our frontline staff about what schools need that I think kind of raise the bar and really set, set things in motion. And you can see here, there's a custodian here walking with a student, and what this custodian is doing is he's brought this student along to help change hand sanitizers, and this is a relationship that's really helped the student. The principal's very, very pleased with, the relationship that's happening here. The student kind of gets involved, and it's helped that student. And as well, I believe the parent of the child has also, expressed how grateful they are for for this type of involvement. The other picture here, it's, you've got two custodians dressed up like Easter bunnies. So, a lot of our custodians are there. They're partnering with the school. They're participating however, however's necessary. I follow a number of, things on Twitter, and I often see custodians, pictured either playing, ball with the kids or participating in some way. And I think that's, that's an important partnership and something that's hard to measure, but it's out there. And I think that adds to our service quality. So every year, I've mentioned we do a survey. So that this survey goes out to all the principals, and they rate us in a number of questions, each categorized, and we take a look at what their perception is of us. and they rate us anywhere from 0 to a 4. That's unacceptable, needs improvement, satisfactory, good, or excellent. We strive to get to 3s, which is a good. Last year was our best year that I have ever seen on survey results. And this year we are very close to where we're at last year. Cleanliness good, condition good, comfort good, maintenance excellent, customer service excellent, and partnership good. All those categories stayed the same, with a small bump in partnership and a small decrease in condition. These aren't final results. I think we had about 60% or so of surveys returned at this point. We've got a lot more in, but we're working with the principals, because unfortunately when we put our survey out, it was during another transition at the schools from online to in person. So I know that group's been very busy. So what do we do after the survey? So we take our results, we look at trends, we look to see where any individual scores where we may be low, where we're getting that unsatisfactory or needs improvement. And we look at those and we go right to school administration. We say, can you explain this more to us? Can you, and we look at those and we see how we can fix it, how we can improve. Are there things that is happening at that school that we could improve, across the system? And it's that kind of cycle of, it's that feedback that lets us continually improve. So we create an action plan and try to address those. At the end of our survey, we ask the question, what can we do to improve our services? And I've got a couple of slides of comments. I'm not going to read all of them, but I'll highlight some here. Continue to communicate with administration. I believe that in general, the more facility services trust us principals, the better things will be. Better communication. I appreciate all the support I've had. Stronger communication and response time for situations. So, got a couple more. We're very pleased with our partnership. Asking our opinion. Overall, very satisfied with the partnership that we have developed. Thank you for the teamwork. And with all these comments, some of them just thanking us, others saying, hey, you can improve on this, but they're all talking about communication. And so we're seeing that the schools are appreciating the communication we're trying to do, and yet still others are saying, hey, we need more communication. So the message we're bringing forward from these surveys to our staff, to our supervisors is, keep building that communications with schools. The more we understand what they need, the better we can provide them the services that they need. So I think that was it was a very telling thing when I started looking at all the comments we were getting about how to improve our service. It really focused on one thing. So another measurement we have, I mentioned, is the audit by SGS. So they're the accredited register for ISO. And this is our second year. They've done a remote audit, which works well. I think that in person a little bit better, but it was hard to predict what state we would be at when they'd be arriving in November. And they review all of our quality management documents. They review our risks and opportunities, our objectives, our performance evaluations. And what happens is one of our staff members, Angela, she went around to a number of schools over 3 days with her laptop, and she basically had Donna from SGS on a Teams meeting, and she was going around and showing her, she'd ask questions, show me your service quality board. That's our board in the custodial room where we keep all of our task sheets and best practices for our custodians, especially our replacements that walk into a building. So she'd be taking pictures of those. Show me an electrical room, where we're supposed to have no storage. So she was doing that. And the other thing is she would sit and she'd talk to at least one custodian at each school and just ask them, how our management system's working for them. So That was our audit this year. Hopefully next year we can get back to in person. Some of the highlights in her report, she said that we demonstrated effective implementation of management system and documentation that conforms with audit criteria. So we're managing and we're documenting what we do in accordance with ISO. Management system is effective in regards to achieving the organization's objectives and intended results. So we're setting objectives and we're doing what we can to meet those. And then she points out some opportunities to improve, which is always useful to us. And I'll kind of read these. We could review its management of change process and the need to review effectiveness of past actions implemented. So, what she told us there is that you're making a lot of improvements, but make sure you go in and, a number of months later, make sure that improvement has done what you wanted it to do, like actually measure the effectiveness. Could review the document controls on COVID-specific task sheets. She pointed out that we had some temporary COVID documents that weren't controlled, and we're looking at controlling those because obviously it's lasted a lot longer than we had originally expected. We could improve the completion of project checklist records to ensure all areas of risk have been identified. So when we do these capital projects, there's some room to identify risk and track them. And could improve the effectiveness of communications with our custodial staff. And again, it's another communication thing. The interesting part about this is through our internal audits, we had already identified 3 of these opportunities and have been actively working on them. So I certainly, having a third-party auditor come in and see the same things we're seeing and finding the same improvements that we saw was nice for us to know we're doing something right when we're looking in the mirror. Another thing we have is red flags. Red flags are the school administration's opportunity to express that things aren't working. So, they've tried talking to somebody, they've tried putting in a work order, they're just not getting the response. We have this system of red flags where they can fill in a red flag, and we're going to formally take a look and evaluate what happened. And we promote this to principals regularly through supervisor visits, through annual memos. And what's happened, really nice, this graph shows you going back to 2012, red flags, the blue line is red flags put in by administration. And from 2012 to this year, that has steadily declined, as well as red flags put in by our own staff. So that shows me, this ISO system is working for us, and we are making improvements because there's, less things for people to complain about. And I think what's happening now is, that communication is getting better. So if they have an issue, it is getting addressed. And the other thing we have is green flags, and this goes out to our employees to submit green flags, which are improvement ideas, ways we can save money, we can improve efficiency, and we track how many of those we receive every year. We set a goal of 15. It has steadily been increasing since we started this program. And that last bit of that line there is 21, 22. That's this current year. We've hit 30 to date, and we're not halfway through our year. So something's really going good with our employees getting involved and making a lot of suggestions. And we don't do them all, but we investigate them all, and we've made a lot of changes based on these green flags. Just to give you a few examples, add motion lights to all portables, ensure ventilation systems shut off during monthly fire alarm checks, provide a list of things to look for to custodians so they can proactively put in work orders, encourage custodial staff to participate in pink, orange Pride shirt days and suspend the uniform requirements for that day. Add location of snow removal equipment to task sheets so replacements don't need to search for it. Update the logo on the shirts. So, these things cover, safety, they cover employee morale, efficiency, we get them on all different areas. So our green flags have been a great source of improvement as well. And that is my kind of brief overview of service quality. So if anyone's got any questions, I'm certainly happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Mr. de Groot, for that comprehensive presentation. I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you. Trustee Burgess, is that a hand I see?
Yes, it is, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Just waiting to see if somebody else was there first. Thank you, and if I could ask through you, I'm wondering, and I appreciate the ISO process. I mean, I'm surprised that it's been 20 years, but I guess it has been 20 years. I'm wondering if my question is for the process itself, the ISO standard, and internal things. I'm wondering, a lot of things have changed since March 2020. And since the pandemic hit, custodial staff, maintenance staff, facility services have been so greatly impacted in so many processes, procedures, things, products that we use, everything. I'm wondering if you think the next cycle of ISO will permanently change any of the standards or processes or expectations from the the 2015 version, or do you see any new internal things that we're doing? You mentioned the green flags, but in the audit, any maybe of the COVID specific tasks, for example, that may live on and become permanent new standards? Do we see something as just something temporary and we'll abandon it as soon as we get declared endemic, or will we consider things during like cold and flu season, for example, to ramp up some of these practices that we've done? Do you see any permanent changes arising from the things that we've had to do since March 2020?
It's a big question. As far as the ISO standard, the newest one that came out really focused on risk mitigation. And identifying your risk when you're planning things. So I think that's actually helped us a lot when it comes to everything that's kind of changed with COVID. We're doing actions. We've had to make a lot of changes, but it's pushed us to plan those changes a lot more and to really look at them from a holistic point of view and say, let's make sure we make this change. We consider all the stakeholders. We put a communication plan together. We set out tasks and timelines to make sure we complete them and get them done. And I don't think a lot of stuff we've looked at is very COVID specific. Yes, there's a lot of cleaning practices that are, different right now. We've got probably a lot more replacement custodians. We've probably had to fine tune our training system for custodians, which I would say that's probably something that would stick. We're making use of the peer-to-peer, which I think has been great. But overall, I don't know if Anna may want to pipe in, but I think I think our objectives and our core of what we do, although we're busier due to COVID, we're not. It hasn't changed our focus so much. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm trying to find something here.
Well, not every question has to be answered at the meeting. It is a sort of a big question. My question is, I'm wondering if the whole thing has shifted a bit because we've all become, every single stakeholder has become uniquely, informed about ventilation and changing of filters, for example, or things that really would pass by, with hardly any scrutiny. And I'm just wondering if there's, the burden for communication is one thing, but the actual processes, I'm just wondering if there's going to be a shift to higher standards and if there was anything in the works, if you hear anything, because I can see it in some industries, things have changed. So I'm just wondering if you hear anything, but I really do appreciate your answer. Thanks.
if I may just, through you, Madam Chair, just supplement Mr. DeGroot's comments. Yes, I believe our Facility Services Department has been maintaining equipment, especially HVAC equipment, to high standards for many years now. I think the lens of COVID has shone on this process that has, for us, become our regular day-to-day and has been our regular day-to-day operations. The work of COVID has just highlighted what we do. I suspect through the Board of Health that cleaning practices may be augmented and through just the way we clean things now. I think the Board of Health is going to say this may be the standard of cleaning, that high-touch areas may have to be cleaned twice a day. Those kind of conversations will probably take place when COVID finally is shelved. But I see a lot of benefit in doing some of these activities. So I expect through conversations with our health and safety department and the Board of Health that they may continue. But in terms of HVAC systems, we've been maintaining them to a high standard for many, many years. And so I expect my staff to continue to do that.
I appreciate that answer. Thank you. I just took HVAC as a possibility. There's just so much about high touch surfaces. Exactly. That would be exactly my suspicion. So thanks very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess, for that question, and to administration for that answer. Helped put things together in my mind as well. So are there any other questions tonight from on this presentation specifically? Okay, seeing none, I will continue along on our agenda. There were no delegations at the time of agenda preparation. To my knowledge, there's nobody on the speakers list, and there's no new business tonight, so we are actually on to reports. As you can see, there's quite a number of them, through Superintendent Armstrong, I know that, and Mr. Mayhew, they're going to be introducing them. So I'll start with K1. And hand it over to Mr. Mayhew, who I believe will be giving the final financial expense report for the previous year, which ended August 31st, 2021. Mr. Mayhew, you're there? Okay, great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. I'll just speak briefly to this report, which is K1, the financial expense report for the year ended August 31st, 2021. This report is presented on pages 5 through 31 of your board package. Just a quick comment as to the timing of the report. The report, which is prepared on a quarterly basis and is presented to the Operations and Finance Committee. At the time of our last meeting, which was November 2nd, the annual financial statements were not yet finalized and pending audit committee review. That review occurred on November 15th, subsequent to that meeting, and the board approved the annual financial statements on November 16th as part of the regular public board meeting. So unfortunately, we couldn't get this report into that package. However, this report provides additional analysis for the year ended August 31st, 2021 in the format that you're used to. I'll be speaking to another report, which is K2, and that represents the first quarter of the new year. Before we kind of enter that discussion, it's just good to refresh our memory as to the results of 2020-21. Just to highlight some brief things, really to answer the question, how did we go from a $8 million budgeted deficit last year to a $5 million surplus? It's just important to go through that quickly so that we can put that in perspective moving into this year. It was projected that the board would require the use of $4.2 million of its accumulated surplus, which is 1% of its operating allocation, to offset the incremental COVID costs last year. And then an additional $4.2 million contingency was recorded to provide some flexibility in managing unexpected incremental COVID costs. So in total, there was $8.4 million deficit for compliance purposes that was included in last year's budget. That budget was developed under the assumption that schools would remain open for the entire year. As we know, that wasn't the case. Schools were closed from shortly thereafter, the revised budget from December 14th till February 16th, reopened for a short period of time, closed again on April 19th for the remainder of the year, resulting in significant cost savings. Also, since revised budget, we picked up additional funding supports from the ministry of approximately $3.5 million. So the board was able to manage COVID expenses using a combination of COVID provided funding and budget savings from school closures and ongoing restrictions. Also, if you recall last year, the ministry provided the board with $5.6 million in one-time GSN stabilization funding to acknowledge unexpected enrollment decreases as a result of the pandemic. And we saw approximately 600 student drop off from the 2019-20 year into the 2021 year. And then some additional in-year revenues and further budget savings resulted ultimately in us having a surplus of $4.5 million for compliance purposes to start the year this year. So at the end of the year, I just want to note that the board is in a position of having $35.1 million of operating surplus available before we talk about what's transpired this year so far. So if there's any questions on the annual report, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayhew. Are there questions from my colleagues on this specific report? So item K1. I see Trustee Burgess's hand there.
Just a quick one for clarification. The 600 drop in enrollment that we anticipated or we saw last year, have we seen I just want to make sure that as the last school year we noted it, did we see any return of those students this year to anticipate, you know, incurring those costs again for in-person learning?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can address that question. Trustee Burgess, I have in my next report, I'll specifically be addressing that. I'll show you a quick chart that shows that we've picked up some of those students, but we haven't returned to pre-pandemic levels, which is part of the concern, and I'll speak to that in the K2 report. I believe comparing our revised budget to our actual enrollment last year, we've picked up approximately 50 of those students, but we're still down a significant amount from pre-pandemic levels, which is affecting, of course, our funding.
Superintendent Armstrong, did you want to comment? No, okay. Anything further from my colleagues in terms of questions on this report? Okay, seeing none, I will go then to item K2, which is the interim financial expense report as of November 30th, 2021. And I will also turn that over to Mr. Mayhew.
Thank you. So now on to the first quarter of the new year of the 21-22 year. This report's contained on pages 32 to 53 of your board package and presents the financial results compared to budget for the first 3 months of the current school year. Included in this report as Appendix 4, which is page 53 of your package, is a summary of actual expenses incurred from the $2 million director's contingency that was requested by trustees. I'll speak to that shortly. Similar to the previous reports, this report is structured structured into a couple sections. I want to highlight them and I want to go through them with you, just because this report is the first of the new fiscal year, and included in this report is commentary as to the transition from the original budget to the revised budget, which is something that you haven't seen yet in a report. So the first section of the report talks about the original budget. The second portion, the next section talks about the revised budget, explanations, and then it talks about explanations how we go from the original to the revised, and then there's an analysis and discussion of actual expenses compared to the revised budget for the first 3 months. So just a quick overview of the original budget. Consistent with the prior year we had just talked about, the board continued to be provided COVID funding supports, and they were allowed to use up to 2% of their operating allocation. However, as part of the June budget submission, we were instructed by the ministry to only budget for half of those supports and only 1% of our operating allocation. In accordance with that guidance, we included $3.9 million of COVID funding and related expenses, and we included a deficit of 1% or $4.3 million in our budget to support ongoing budget pressures caused by COVID-19 and other emerging issues. And it's important to understand when we talk about the transition, the budget included the following 5 basic assumptions, which remain true leading into the revised estimates. Schools remain open for the full year, and we learned that's not the case, but we'll talk about that. A remote learning option would be available to all students. All classes will operate in a format based on regular school day. Enhanced health and safety protocols will be required, and PPE for staff and students will continue. With those assumptions, we headed into the revised budget in the fall. On November 18th in 2021, the ministry announced that the second half of COVID funding supports would be provided, and the boards could access the additional 1% of its accumulated surplus of the operating allocation. On December 14th, the board presented a revised COVID-19 expense projection for the 21-22 year, indicating that COVID funding of $7.5 million was insufficient to meet budget pressures associated with the pandemic. Unlike the prior year, the GSN stabilization funding of $5.6 million was not made available to us. Instead, we were instructed to use our accumulated surplus as a means to address that declining enrollment. So in order to support system initiatives and address the unfunded COVID expenses, the board approved and used an additional 1% of its operating allocation for a total of 2%, or an $8.5 million deficit. So in other words, the board is expecting to use, according to the revised estimates, $8.5 million of its $35.1 million operating surplus that we talked about in the prior report to address continued decreasing enrollment that's not supported by the GSN Stabilization Fund and unfunded incremental COVID expenses. And there's a chart on page 38 that I want to highlight for you that really speaks to Trustee Burgess's question and talks about the enrollment. And it shows that heading from 2019 to 20 versus actual 2020-21 enrollment, we lost about a little over 600 kids, students, which is a big impact on enrollment, funding, as you know, we receive approximately $10,000 to $11,000 per average daily enrollment in funding. So you can imagine that's a big drop off. However, in that year, we were provided with the GSN stabilization amount. So it helped stabilize us to pre-pandemic enrollment. Fast forward to our current year right now, we're looking at a revised budget which is still down from pre-pandemic levels of approximately 550 regular pupils and 129 international pupils. So while we've picked up a few students, it's still a significant drop from pre-pandemic and has a significant impact on our funding, especially since we're not entitled to the GSN stabilization amounts. So a summary of the change from original budget to revised budget is shown on page 34. And further detail is described on pages. Yeah.
Point of order. I think I'm looking at something. I know I got 2 packages, but I think I have the right one. I just think that the page numbers are probably different from what you're quoting. I just want to make sure because I'm flipping to your numbers and I'm not finding it. So, like I'm finding what you just talked about on page 48, for example.
I'm sorry. So, I'm referring to the blue page numbers. Are there maybe I was using a previous package?
It's in there. I just think that the numbers might be different. So I'm just, if anybody's flipping like me, I'm not finding it on that same page.
Yeah, sorry, Trustee Burgess, I'm not sure what happened, but my page numbers are accurate, so I'm not sure if other trustees are having the same issue, but I'm not sure what's going on there. But mine are true to Mr. Mayhew's understanding with like the blue page numbers. So if you need anything, just maybe just in the chat, or you can make note of it, I guess. Sorry to interrupt. I don't know. Sorry, Mr. Mayhew, if you wanted to continue there.
Thank you. No, thank you.
No problem at all. Sorry if those references are wrong. I might have been using a previous package. So just a quick update then on the last section of the report, which looks at actual expenses to date. Overall expenses are in line with expectations for each category, and those are discussed in each category. There's some minor savings noted in the report, such as a decrease in expected part-time school aid costs. One item we want to look at is occasional costs. We continue to monitor that. According to this report, we're at our target right now. However, of course, September always is a lower month for us for supply costs. It's still the summer. We started to see a big increase in absences in late October, November, and continue to see that in December. So I think we have to keep our eye on that and just we continue to monitor that, and we'll see I guess what the second quarter brings, and I just want to discuss that as put that out there. That's an ongoing thing we're monitoring and a risk to the financial statements. Appendix 1 shows the actual expenses to date. Appendix 2 explains those categories. Appendix 3 is the COVID funding for the year, which is the 7.5 from the ministry, 8.5 of board support from our accumulated surplus. And as of November 30th, we've seen $3.2 million of COVID-related expenditures that have been incurred. Appendix 4 is the report that shows the detailed itemized expenses of the director's $2 million contingency. $184,000 has been spent to date. Just note that approximately $500,000 has been earmarked for special education, and we'll see that increase as we come forward with additional quarterly reports. Also, we know that the Human Rights and Equity System Advisor is paid out of this budget. However, that position did not start till January, so you don't see those costs yet in this report. I'll be happy to take it, and perhaps Aaron, the director, might want to speak to this. I'm not sure, but I'll be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayhew, and I just wanted to note that Appendix 4 came out of the motion that was approved at the November Operations and Finance Committee meeting. In discussions with Superintendent Armstrong and Mr. Mayhew, I made note that I didn't see it buried in there, so I just wanted to raise, just bring it to attention of my colleagues. And Director Kelly, I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add specifically on that report there.
Just to be aware that there was some of that money was being used for special education and some in the area of equity, and those funds will continue obviously to show over the year. But I'd be happy to answer any other questions about that, and there may be other needs that come up as well. So.
Thank you, and I look to my colleagues for questions on this report. I'm not seeing any. My only question was going to be, if I may, since no one else had questions, was if I'm understanding correctly, you said Appendix 3 is what has been spent. So it's 3.2 million on page 52 there in COVID expenses only. So that would be 3.2 million from our COVID expenses of the 2% that we've allocated. So am I understanding that correctly? As of November 30th? No, I'm saying
yeah, that is the amount that we've incurred to date with respect to COVID. Of course, that comes out of both the ministry funding, the $7.5 million of ministry funding, and then whatever funding is or expenses are in addition to that would be covered then by our accumulated surplus, the 8.4. Or 5, sorry.
Okay, so if we put aside a little over 8 million, then we also have this approximately 7.5 million from the ministry, so that would total around 15 million, if I'm understanding correctly. And as of November 30th, we've spent 3.2 essentially. Okay, so that leads me to my next question then. So we have around 12 million then as a buffer 8.5 of that being our own accumulated surplus, that 2%. Do we anticipate spending that full amount, both from what the ministry has provided and our own accumulated surplus?
I can try. Do you want to go, Shelley? I can speak to it first if you want to add. It's up to you.
Sure. Why don't you go first and then I'll add.
I think one thing we didn't plan for was school closures. Perhaps we may see some cost savings transpire as a result of that. However, the projections we presented, I would suggest, are very conservative. And I would suggest there's also additional risks that we presented in the December report, such as the increasing occasional costs that we're seeing. We also look at cleaning, the level of cleaning. Obviously, that reduces in scenarios where schools are closed. However, we expect, now they're open. Those costs are real now. I would say that they're fairly reasonable projections as of right now. And conservative, and we just have to really it's hard to determine the first 3 months, but we continue to monitor that, and that's something that will become evident when we present the next quarter report.
Yeah, and if I might be able just to add on to that, certainly we feel that the projections we provided back in December really were a good representation of what we believe those COVID costs are going to come in at. Certainly, as we are incurring those costs, we're applying them against ministry funding first, before we even start looking at trying to attach those costs to our accumulated surplus. That being said, the ministry funding comes in buckets. So there's a certain amount of funding, if you look on Appendix 3, that's for additional staffing support, and that's $5.2 million. If our actual costs for staffing come in at higher than that, and that takes into account our virtual schools, our casual custodians. It could address absenteeism. But if our actual costs in that line item are greater than $5.2 million, I have to automatically go to the accumulated surplus, because we're reporting to the ministry in terms of how that funding is spent. So there are rules or parameters around how that funding is spent, and we have to be in alignment with that.
Okay, thank you. And so our next quarterly report will be for the end of February, if my months are correct. So we would probably see that at the next Operation and Finance Committee meeting in April. So we'll have a better idea then how close we are to our projections, and hopefully no more school closures or anything like that. So we'll have a better idea. So, okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to see how close we were to the actual amount that we've set aside for COVID expenses, and then what we're projecting. And it sounds like we're keeping in track. So, okay. Okay, are there any other questions from my colleagues on this report here? No? Okay, thank you both for your work. Oh, I see Trustee Burgess, is that a hand there?
It is, and it's just for clarification.
Sure.
It might have been said, but I can't remember. It's an acronym, the COJO. It might not be an acronym, but it's capitalized. COJO Institute Equity Training. I just am not familiar with that institute, and I wonder what that stands for or what it is, why we chose that.
Perhaps I can direct that question to Director Kelly.
I'm trying to remember exactly what it stands for, and perhaps Superintendent Houston might know, but it is an organization that's been around for some time, and that does extensive training, and I believe our training was 9 hours of training, I believe, that occurred over a series of half days. And yes, well-known institute that does a lot of training in this area. So I think established about 20 years ago. And Kika Kojo is the owner of the company, I believe. And you may be able to, is it just the last name, Superintendent Houston?
It's the name of the company.
Yeah. But we don't know what that's just the name of the company. It doesn't stand for any particular acronym or anything.
Correct.
So my question is, who gets the training? You said we in 9 hours. Is it directed just for certain folks? Who is it?
Yeah, thank you very much, Trustee Burgess, for that clarification. The training was for senior administration managers and principals. So roughly 200 people, I think, were on the training, as I recall.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to K3, tender and request for proposal awarded. The quarter ended November 30th, 2021. This one's a short one, but I will pass it over quickly to Mr. Mayhew as well.
I don't have too much to comment on this report, so I'll just accept any questions if there are any questions. There was just one item presented on the report. The format of the report's a little different from what you're used to. Perhaps we're just trying to make the reports more AODA compliant, so we've changed the formatting a bit.
Thanks for that clarification. Are there any questions on item K3? Okay, seeing none, we will go to K4, which is pages 56, 58. This is our OSB premium renewal, and I believe this one I'll be giving to Superintendent Armstrong.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Included in your board package this evening is a report related to the 2022 insurance renewal premiums, which we provide to you annually. OSB is a school board owned non-profit insurance program with 121 members, representing 79 school boards, school authorities, and 42 joint ventures in Ontario. The board is committed to its membership in OSB through to the end of 2026. The report provides a summary of insurance premium rates and related increases and decreases for the board across various insurance coverages. Explanations for the changes over the 2021 insurance premiums are also noted in the report. Factors that are influencing the insurance premiums for the board include general rate adjustments, which is OSB's expected claims costs for the entire pool in which they provide insurance for. There are exposure changes specific to the board, which could be changes in student count, changes in property square footage, the number of locations or the number of automobiles that we're covering. And then there is loss experience, which takes a look at the board's last 5 years of claims experience, and that of course has an impact on our insurance premiums. The report also outlines the initiatives and actions that the board has taken to mitigate risk and to try and address insurance premiums as well. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Armstrong. Are there any questions on this report from my colleagues? Okay, seeing none, we will keep moving right along then. We have item K5, which is the Windsor-Essex Student Transportation Services, or WES, annual report. This is page 59 to 66 in the board agenda. Superintendent Armstrong, did you want to introduce it?
Thank you, certainly. Again, through you, Madam Chair, as Trustee Sipkar has noted, annually we provide to trustees the Windsor-Essex Student Transportation's annual report, and this is for the 2020-21 school year. As indicated in the report, WES, which is the acronym that we use for the consortium, they are a separate legal entity. They are made up of the 4 coterminous boards with schools in the Windsor-Essex region. The annual report does provide information with respect to the consortium operations as a whole. So when you are reading that report, it is not specific to just the Greater Essex County District School Board. So just to put some context to that. And it's fairly consistent with the prior year, but I'm happy to answer questions with respect to it.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the trustees tonight? No. Seeing none. Okay, I just have one. So I noticed on page 6, or so it would be page 65, that our ridership was down almost 35%. You said that was fairly consistent with last year. And I'm just wondering, because it doesn't say in this report, is there any sort of budgetary impact or savings that you would know off the top of your head? I realize I didn't send this to you in advance, so my apologies, but it just occurred to me that that would be something. And I know that in the past we still pay a flat rate even if we don't. But I'm just curious if for information's sake, if you would be able to share that.
Thank you, through you. Thank you for the question. I will try. From a revised budget perspective, the revenues for the consortium, for our share of the transportation consortium, are approximately 14.1 million. Expenses are 14.8. So that puts it at a deficit of 700,000, but that does not take into consideration any of the COVID funding that we are getting. So we anticipate at this point that it will be revenues and expenses will net to zero. That is the anticipation. Certainly there are, the consortium is always looking for example, road efficiencies. They are constantly looking for that because there are challenges either with driver availability or equipment. And it gets further complicated because because of the COVID pandemic, the number of students that are able to ride on a school bus is much lower because we can only put 2 students on a seat. So it becomes a little complicated to try and make those comparisons. Obviously the ridership is a lot, last year was a lot lower because a number of families chose chose remote learning. And so the student ridership was down. We saw a great deal of those students returning in 21, 22, I get confused by that, where we actually now have over 13,900 students taking the bus. So that's about a 32% increase now. So it's kind of, it's a little bit difficult to answer your question because there's so many factors that are in play with that, but we do anticipate that it will actually net to zero.
Okay, great, thank you. And I saw Trustee Burgess's hand go up as well. So Trustee Burgess, go ahead.
I have a question, and it's one that's been discussed a lot, but through you, Madam Chair, if I could, I know you mentioned it, but we have mentioned it previous. One of the greatest challenges we have is bus operators, as you have said in the report. Bus operators have continued to explore ideas and options to hire and retain drivers, and that it's not just us. We know it's a provincial concern, and I appreciate the exploring ideas and options, but what's working and what can we do? Because it's a real concern. And some boards, as you know, they can't offer transportation because they don't have drivers. We haven't quite hit that yet, but as restrictions lighten, as more buses are on the road, as more parents and guardians choose transportation, we're gonna have a real concern. So what things are we doing and how successful is it?
Thank you for the question. I'll try to answer some of it. Some of it I may need to take back to get further answers for you. The ministry does provide funding for driver retention through bonuses, depending on how long a driver drives with the consortium throughout the year. That funding flows actually directly to the Transportation Consortium, does not go through the school boards. That is certainly one measure that the ministry is trying to do. I do have to give a shout out to Gabrielle McMillan. She's the general manager for Windsor-Essex Student Transportation Services. Her and her team, along with her collaboration with the bus operators, have really done a great job. We've only had one school bus route for our board canceled, and that was just an afternoon school run for one school, and that happened in January. We've constantly been able to keep those buses running for the board. Bus driver availability is challenging. Many times, bus drivers are retired individuals, so there's some concern, obviously, related to the pandemic, which has made it difficult, obviously, for individuals wanting to drive the school buses. But I know that the operators actually will bring their office staff that are licensed. They will do whatever they can to keep those bus routes running. That doesn't necessarily answer the question about what further things are doing beyond the constant recruitment that is going on and the ministry funding that is being provided for the retention. But I'm certainly happy to follow up further with the consortium for some additional details on that.
Thank you, Superintendent Armstrong. Are there any further questions on item K5?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Sure, go ahead, Trustee Halberstadt.
Page 72, we're talking to that issue of not enough drivers. Basically, it says, so we had many routes that run late as they had to have drivers doing multiple routes for those buses that we didn't have a driver for. So what happens when that happens? The kids are not getting to school on time, or not getting home on time, or taking diversionary routes? How does that work?
Yep, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. Yes, there have been instances where, like I said, we've only had one actual bus route canceled for one day. So that's actually quite excellent compared to what we're seeing provincially. But there could be instances where a driver calls in sick because let's say as an example, there's a positive result for COVID. So the operators will make all efforts to replace that driver, or where they have office staff that are licensed, they will be driving the school buses. But sometimes those processes take a little bit of time to get implemented, which then means that a school bus runs late. The Transportation Consortium on their website, if you go to www.buskids.ca, there is in the right-hand corner, there is an icon that talks about school bus cancellations and delays, and everything is posted there by bus number, by the school that is impacted, and it will list if the bus is running 15 to 20 minutes late or 5 to 10 minutes late. It'll give a time frame. And we have communicated with families, and we continue to encourage that parents check that before they send their child to the corner or to their pickup point every day. As well, for parents that have signed up for an account through Windsor-Essex Student Transportation Services, they will get an email notification sent to their email if a bus is running late. So then again, we've been encouraging families to check their email on a daily basis, because to be fair and to be honest, it is unpredictable right now in these times.
Okay, it sounds like you're making do, and as much as you can, and inconveniencing as few people as you can.
That is the goal, just to try and keep it going, and to make sure that they're offering the service and not inconveniencing anyone. And that's all the work of the Transportation Consortium and the bus operators.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Any further questions from my colleagues? Not seeing any in the chat or any hands raised. So I will keep going then in our agenda to item K6, which is report on budget consultation. So this was from a motion that had passed previously from Trustee Sartori, put forward in the fall. So I look to Mr. Mayhew, who I believe took the lead on this work and will be presenting the report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. This report is in response to the board motion that administration research and report back on the budget consultations of other school boards in Ontario and identify best practices and provide recommendations for enhanced community consultations. It was an interesting project, I'll say that. I want to start by saying that the board is committed to continuous improvements of the budget process. Public consultation is welcome during the budget process and is integral to budget development and transparency in the use of public funds. The report is made up of 3 primary sections. I'll speak briefly to each section. There's a report on the research that was done. There's an overview of the board's current budget process. I think it's good to understand what our current process is to help use that research to inform recommendations. And that final section, we talk about our recommendations to enhance the process. So just to briefly overview the research, in order to conduct this research, administration developed a community budget consultation process survey. Using Microsoft Forms, it was distributed to all 71 Ontario District School Boards through the Council of Senior Business Officials, which is known as COSBO. The survey consisted of 11 questions, and that's included as Appendix 1 of the report if you want to look at that questionnaire or survey that we sent out. Ultimately, the purpose was to gather information from other boards as to what their public consultation process looked like and help identify some best practices. In total, 36 boards responded to the survey, representing a 51% participation rate, which is a pretty good participation rate. We asked boards to identify their name, their size, but we present the results anonymously. One of the first questions we asked was if boards conduct a public survey as part of their process. Only 14 boards, or 39% of boards, said they conduct a survey. We asked boards to share their survey to help understand what types of questions they ask, participation rates, platforms used. Board surveys used a combination of open-ended questions and closed-ended questions. Most boards linked their surveys to their strategic priorities or proposed questions to the public that align to those priorities or other specific board goals. That was a common theme in the survey questions, which you can see. Response rates varied between 500 and 1,800 responses. And a summary of those questions asked by various boards is included in Appendix 2 for your review if you want to look through those questions. We also asked boards if they hold any special meetings in the community for budget consultation. Very few boards said that they hold special meetings, only 5 out of 36. But examples were webcasts during school council meetings, trustee zone meetings, which included finance representatives. Those are some examples that we got. We followed that up by asking boards which types of meetings provide opportunity for budget consultation. The most common format was regularly scheduled board meetings or special public meetings, such as our finance and ops meeting, as an example. Among some of the other meetings that were referenced were SEAC, the Special Education Advisory Committee, Budget Development Committee meetings, parent councils or parent involvement committee meetings, meetings with union groups, meetings, the Indigenous Advisory Council meetings, and some others are listed there in the report. A few boards, to our surprise, indicated that no opportunities are provided or that community members may participate via delegation only. We asked boards what methods of communication they use to engage stakeholders. Not surprisingly, board websites and social media were common answers, Twitter being one of the most cited platforms. Some other methods were school websites, newsletters, simple board reports and agendas. 8 boards indicated that this question was not applicable or they did not actively promote communication using the suggested mediums. We asked boards to comment on their best practices. This is a good, was an open-ended question to allow some flexibility and feedback. Some boards admitted that this process is challenging, either as a result of limited funding flexibility or limited interest from the public. However, a key point made in this answer was ensuring that the process was linked to the strategic plan. Other feedback involved including SOs or superintendents in the process, in meetings, and ensuring you incorporate staff feedback and not just public feedback. Holding focus groups, town halls, or other establishment of a budget committee were some other recommendations. However, the top response was that the board survey was one of the best practices. Finally, we asked boards to rate their process at a 5. An average score of 3.3, noting room for improvement, was good. Some boards did give themselves a 5. Some boards did give themselves a 1. But however, I think the observation was there's room for improvement. Finally, we did do some surfing on the World Wide Web to see what else we could find. It was difficult to find some additional information from non-responding boards. Any information that could be found was consistent with the survey results, so we presented that. It was a good participation rate. In order to help inform improvements to our process, I think it's first necessary to understand our process, and I'll just quickly highlight that some items we talked about in the report. Our 21-22 budget process, the board did share a survey with stakeholders and align that to the strategic priorities. We did advertise that on Twitter. It was open for a 2-week period. We received 825 responses. We summarized the feedback in the budget report, and we've included a copy of our survey as Appendix 3 if you wanted to reference that. There's a section on our website dedicated to budget and finance, offering timelines, opportunities for community involvement. We have a dedicated email address that's been established and monitored. I believe it's budget@publicboard.ca. We hold 3 finance and ops committee meetings leading up to the special ops and finance meeting to review and approve the budget, where there's opportunities for delegations. Budget updates are provided regularly at those meetings as information is available. Regular board meetings also provide an opportunity for that time during that time for delegations. We've held meetings with unions in the past at their request and consider community feedback as part of various internal meetings to discuss and inform budget development. The draft spec ed budget is presented to SEAC, or the Special Education Advisory Committee, in early June every year. And the finance team has been included in more of the Indigenous Education Advisory Council meetings to present and report on finance budget related topics with respect to Indigenous programming. Over the last few years, administration has held trustee budget sessions to provide a more in-depth review of the funding formula and discuss budget considerations. Overall, it can be concluded that our current process is comparable to other Ontario school boards. Acknowledging our process always has room for improvement, and based on the feedback from Ontario school boards, we do offer 3 recommendations as part of this report for improving the community consultation. They're listed there in the report. The first one is to enhance the budget survey. Last year was the first year we developed the survey. So we're going to attempt to maybe ask some different questions, align those questions better to the strategic priorities, perhaps consider some open-ended questions, and hopefully have it available for a longer period of time. And that way, perhaps engage stakeholders to respond at a higher rate and perhaps get some more feedback. That in combination with the second goal of more effective use of social media to advertise not only our survey, but advertise perhaps the third recommendation I'll talk to. So we can leverage our improvements in our board website as an example, through Twitter and other social media platforms, whether that's EDSB, to ensure that we get the survey out, that we make stakeholders aware of the budget process, inform them of opportunities. And then the third recommendation was to organize a virtual meeting with the community to share information on the budget process, education funding, board initiatives, and opportunities for engagement. That seemed to be a best practice noted by some boards, that it's good to have an information session made available, have it recorded. I think it's important to, education funding is very complex, and it's in order to engage the stakeholders, I believe it's first important to educate the stakeholders to help them understand where there's opportunities for flexibility. For example, in the model, a lot of funding is, as we've talked about, enveloped, and there's little to no flexibility in its use. So, however, other options within the funding formula present opportunity. So With that, I'll open it up to any questions and feedback and discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayhew, for that comprehensive presentation there, and the report that was provided, and all the work that went into doing this over the last 6 months or so. I see in the chat there's a question from Trustee Sartori and then Trustee Higgison. So Trustee Sartori, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you for the summarizing the consultation process on the budget consultation process. I'm really appreciative of all of the outreach that you did to school boards across the province, and the great information that you were able to obtain. I noted the 51% response rate as well, and thought that it was notable. I just had a couple of comments and then a question. Wanted to say that I agree with you. You're absolutely right that there are certain constraints within the ministry funding formula that limit our flexibility, and that one improvement that we can do is to ensure that that the public are aware of that. And it really is all about continuous improvement. I was really interested to read that much of what we're doing is the same that other school boards are doing, and yet you still found areas where we could continue to build on our process, and I think that's really great. I was actually really pleased with recommendation number 3, the virtual education piece, and to be honest, at this meeting. So when I had made the motion, it was kind of my dream goal for the recommendations that would come forth. So I'm really pleased with that. Something that occurred to me while you were doing the presentation is that yes, I thought that you brought 3 great recommendations forward. I'm wondering if someone can answer, is there a policy about the budget consultation that now trustees need to look at reviewing and updating after going through this process?
I can answer that.
Okay.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. We have a policy and a regulation on budget control. Okay. So it will talk, and it's actually due for review. So actually, I've been looking at it in the last couple of weeks. So it talks about the importance of meeting internally to review the budgets, following the funding formula, making sure we have community consultation, that we do bring the budget forward to the board. And it goes into even, the responsibility of budget holders to review budget to actual variances, and having a mechanism for reviewing variances, which is an example of the reports that we brought forward earlier. So it talks more about that, not so much in detail with respect to public consultation on the budget itself.
Okay, so follow-up question? Thank you. So would that be something that you would be looking at including now going forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that's something I am now looking to take a look at, since we're looking at the policy and the regulation currently anyway.
Okay, thank you so much again. Great work.
Through you, Madam Chair, just one quick thing to add to that as well. We did actually go through an internal audit on the budget process back when I first started, which I believe was about 7 or 8 years ago. There was a lot of good feedback in that report, and we have developed internal documents as well, which guide that process. So more of desk procedures, and we ensure that that's followed as well through the course of our work. So.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Again, great work.
Thank you. I'll now go to Trustee Higgison.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. I'm going to echo Trustee Sartori's the comments on the thoroughness of this report, and actually I want to comment on how kind of exciting it was to listen to Sean talk about how exciting it was to go through this process. I always love when we can geek out a little bit of process here, and then also figure out that we're doing a really good job, but there's always ways to improve. I really appreciated in your summary how many times was mentioned, and it's probably reflective in the feedback that we've gotten, the connections between the budget and the strategic priorities. And especially with our, I as well loved recommendation number 3 about the community meeting, and noted that our use of social media has been mentioned a few times, how much we've grown our participation in and our communications in that sort of way. And thinking about those two things together, there's some education that goes with, certainly, I'm still learning about what's possible in the budget and what we can do with the budget. And there's certainly, I can see on the other side, some education that goes along with our strategic priorities and how those sort of kind of melt together, and how one points to the other and vice versa. So I'm wondering if we've developed a little bit around the communications plan, some thinking about how we note alignments between the strategic priorities, how we communicate what those strategic priorities are and where they can see those reflected in the budget. I know I've found in our meetings that we've had with you guys before our budgets, I've found those very edifying about the direct links. And so I wondered if we were incorporating some of that from the feedback into our communications plan on this.
I will turn that over to either Superintendent Armstrong or Mr. Mayhew.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I think there's always opportunities, obviously, to make that link. Certainly in the actual underlying budget document, we've tried last year, we brought forward the strategic plan and we tried to make that link itself. I think some of the conversations Mr. Mayhew and myself have had about the public session that we want to have with the online virtual meeting, we want to be able to highlight as part of that process as well the board's strategic priorities and how we have used that funding in the past to support those initiatives, again, to try and provide that link or that communication that may not have been so readily visible in the past. So certainly something we'll keep working towards and striving for.
That's really great. I appreciate that very much, and wonderful work. I'm fully supportive of these recommendations, and I'm really looking forward to what comes out of those and the feedback that we continue to get iteratively into this process. Thank you guys very much.
I have a question.
Sure. I see Trustee Burgess's hand first, and then I'll go to you, Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question through you, if I could. I noticed that I love the recommendations, and I also am sort of on the geek train on this. I think these are great suggestions for recommendations, but I note that in the communication method, EDSB got a 0. We didn't ask ourselves. I'm thinking that we would be 1 if we asked ourselves who use EDSB. And I noticed in recommendation number 2, of course, EDSB is cited. So I have just an observation that I'd really like to make if I could. I know that in the area I live in, for example, if you asked a wide breadth of community members whether capital budgets are important, whether there's a high need for information and understanding the complexities of capital funding, you'd find that I think almost overwhelmingly that the folks who are interested are amongst the 70% of stakeholders who don't have students in school. They wouldn't have access to EDSB. They don't even know about EDSB. They are the public education supporters who fund the school board. And yet they may be looking in social media, they may be looking in their what remains of local press or traditional media, but they're highly engaged in discussions about, for example, capital budgets, or are the kids safe? It's their grandchildren, it's their neighbors, it's the community, huge investments. And our strategic plan, of course, is about engaged community and ethical stewardship, etc. How are we engaging those folks? Because I see the disconnect in, mentioning EDSB and seeing the zero, and then I worry about how we're meeting those folks, because they really care where their dollars are going and what we're doing with it, particularly for capital.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. That's a great question. I turn it over to administration. Not sure who wants to take this one.
Sure, thank you. I'll start that, and then I'm sure Mr. Mayhew will chime in. Thank you. You know what, that is an excellent observation. I think sometimes when we think about public consultation, the natural conclusion or relationship to draw is to a parent who has a child that is enrolled in the school system. So thank you for bringing that forward. That's excellent. And certainly we will need to look at that to make sure that there's a mechanism where that outreach is more broader beyond EDSB or a school board website. Certainly we're going to have to find a way to make sure that that becomes more broadly communicated, and perhaps that is through an advertisement in a newspaper or some mechanism in which to do that. So thank you for bringing that forward, and we'll certainly consider that.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayhew, do you have something you want to add there? Or?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, just very quickly, we want to work with our communications team to figure out what the right approach is here. Obviously, social media plays a big role in this, getting it out through those channels, pointing that to the website, leveraging the resources we do have. But as Superintendent Armstrong mentioned, we do run ads still for various purposes, whether it's to make an announcement about the financial statements, as an example. So that's definitely something we can consider to reach those that perhaps don't have social media. But yeah, social media that is not EDSB, that will reach a different audience is critical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will now go to Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, on page, where is it now? Page 76, in the middle of that paragraph, or the middle of that page, there's a sentence that says, the public rarely attends budget sessions. In 4 years, the only person that has attended has been a union rep, and they attend annually. Is that us, or is that somebody else?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, that's not us. We didn't fill out our own survey. I'm not going to say who that was, but that was just specific feedback we got from a particular board. That's all I can say.
Okay,
so
well,
just
there
one
is
of the responses then, yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Trustee Halberstadt.
Yeah, there is some truth to some of the things these people are saying. I think they see that on page 78, we're talking about, they're saying that there's very little flexibility. I think you guys have touched on that for a board to make any changes, because the province is kind of all powerful with regard to meting out the money. So that doesn't say that we can't do better. I've been on the board for quite a while, and there's very little feedback that I've seen in my years to budget sessions. So great work in putting this all together, and a good suggestion by Jessica. But we'll see how it works, see what happens now in the new digital age.
Sure, go ahead, Mr.
One quick comment, through you, Madam Chair. Just to feed on that, I think one comment that came back a lot too is that you know, just because there's a lack of flexibility in funding, perhaps it doesn't excuse not being transparent, because those are public dollars, and I think that was a critical item that was discussed by some boards in the open question feedback. And some of them acknowledge themselves that they are very interested in the results of this survey, because they too are looking to try and improve their process as well, because this isn't an easy area. It's difficult to engage the public in this complex discussion. So.
Yeah, I agree. As a trustee, I don't understand a lot of it myself. So, you know, from people coming off the street, it's hard to engage them. But we'll try and we'll get it done.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstam, and thank you, Mr. Mayhew and Superintendent Armstrong. I agree a lot with your final comment there around the importance of transparency and also the difficulty in communicating it. So I think this work will lay a good foundation for improving on our current process moving forward. So thank you to you for engaging in it. So with that, I will continue along. We have one more report, K7, which is the 2022-2023 budget timelines. And
I don't
Sure.
mean to interrupt. We're at 9:54 and it's time for timed items. I'm wondering if we have everybody's consent to just hammer through the rest of this and move on to, are we good? Is anybody opposed to that?
Seeing no opposition. Okay, we'll continue along. Thank you for that. So yeah, on to item K7, budget timelines for the 2022-2023 school year. So Superintendent Armstrong.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, we've included a report tonight on the timelines for the upcoming 22-23 budget process. As we noted in the report, the provincial budget has to be delivered no later than March 31st. And public consultation with respect to that budget process is already underway by the province. The GSN consultation already occurred. I know that OPSPA as well as COSBO did provide some feedback to the Ministry of Education. COSBO specifically submitted theirs in November. So hopefully that is impactful in some regard. So the budget timelines that we have outlined in the report assume that the GSN and the related technical paper, and I feel like a broken record sometimes, will be released to school boards on or around March 31st. But as you'll see that we've outlined in the report, that isn't always the case. Certainly COVID has impacted that in some regard. And when the Ministry of Education announced their new vision for education, a couple years ago, again, that created a delay as well. But we are hopeful that we will get it on that basis, and recognizing too that there is a provincial election that is coming up, and eventually a writ will be dropped with respect to that. On page 96 of the board package, we provide a summary of the internal and the external budget timelines and the activities. There's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes before we bring things forward in a more public manner. It's generally consistent with the prior years, but I do want to point out, based on the memo that we just discussed, or the report on the public consultation, that we have implemented some additional activities with respect to the enhanced budget survey, which we will issue in this month in February. And as well, we've reflected that in March, we will provide a public session, whether it's a webinar or through a Microsoft Teams meeting, and that will be recorded on the board's website. More information about education funding and the board's priorities and the budget process, and we will do that in March. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Armstrong. Do we have any questions from trustees on this report? Okay, Seeing none, thank you for keeping us as up to date as possible. I know that it's been abnormal every single year, been different every single year. So let's hope that this time it is more on time than other years. So thank you for keeping us up to date. And so with that, I'm going to go to trustee question period. Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Burgess, go ahead, and then I see Trustee Higginson posted in the chat. So go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to ask another question when the report was on the thing, but I exceeded my number. So it's about ventilation. So I noticed that in the one report we had the tender and requests, etc. It talks about, one of the last points was, should the province lift these enhanced ventilation requirements, costs should decrease closer to pre-pandemic levels, which I think implies that we would go back to former ventilation standards, et cetera, for filtration changes and or standard from MERV 13 down, or, you know, less frequent changes. And my question is, there are some schools that are not eligible for ventilation, mechanical ventilation upgrades. They weren't even considered because they are scheduled to eventually be declared surplus because they are the product of a park, and they're scheduled for closure, and therefore no capital investments were going to be put into actually upgrade mechanical HVAC. And so the only thing they have that has been enhanced has been things like, you know, improved filtration rates and things like that. A lot of these schools aren't air conditioned either, you know, whether they have passive and or if they have heating but not air conditioning, you know. Some of them are in my area that, you know, I reside in. And it's going to be a few years before a new state-of-the-art school is going to be there to replace and actually see the benefits that a lot of our other buildings have seen in the extraordinary investment in particularly mechanical ventilation that we've really done very well for improvement. So my question is it really true that we have to go back to pre-pandemic standards? Can't we raise it in some areas that are some buildings, look at them individually and look how they've been disadvantaged. They're haven't been eligible, and yet they still have to sit in, you know, non-air conditioned and you know, lower air quality. I'll just say that, you know, and you know, it's just the reality. I want to go kind of on record saying I don't want that. I think we've seen improved ventilation. I think we've had an excellent indoor air quality protocol and standard. I don't want to say that we haven't. We have that, but it's been improved, and not everybody has benefited from it just because of circumstances. So if somebody could answer why that should decrease closer to pre-pandemic levels. I hope that's not true for every building. The savings on the back of the air quality.
Okay, thank you for the question through you, Madam Chair. I'll start to answer that question, and I don't know if Ms. Hinchliffe is still on the line. I'll certainly ask for her input as well. So yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, I think it reads goofy, so that's fair. There were 14, we added ventilation systems in 14 schools due to the resiliency infrastructure funding, and we replaced ventilation systems in 7 schools. So there are, in every school that we have, with the exception of 6 schools that are going to be replaced because of new school construction, all the other schools in our system do have full mechanical ventilation. So that is a positive and a good news story. But that being said, you are absolutely correct. There are 6 schools where we don't have mechanical ventilation. Some of them may have partial ventilation systems. We do have 3 schools that do not have mechanical ventilation systems in any fashion at all. They rely on passive systems. I would anticipate with those 6 schools that we would continue to keep HEPA filters and those types of things in place. We have them. Certainly, I don't know why we would remove them, recognizing that while COVID may certainly may recede to some extent, we still do have cold and flu season. And, you know, certainly we want to make sure that the environment for our staff and students, you know, is always is at a high standard or as safe as it can be. That being said, it is difficult with the 6 schools that are scheduled to close because of new buildings to go back now and, for example, put air conditioning, do those sort of upgrades because the building envelope may not support it. And certainly because there are restrictions in terms of making investments in those spaces when they are in fact scheduled to close. So it's not a perfect ideal solution, certainly, but we would certainly do what we can to, you know, create comfort the best that we can and certainly keep the HEPA filters in place. And if Ms. Hinchliffe is still available on the line and wishes to add further, I would certainly welcome that as well.
Okay, thank you. I will continue along with questions then. Trustee Burgess, did you have a supplemental or is that okay?
I think that's okay, and I appreciate that answer. I wasn't looking for mechanical systems to go into something that we'd be closing a year or two later, but certainly the higher MERV filters, the frequency of changing and HEPA filters, things that have made it safer, just even during regular flu and cold season, I think that's important. So thank you for that answer.
Thank you. Okay, and I will go to Trustee Higginson now.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Chair. I think this probably is a question for both Superintendent Armstrong and Superintendent Allender, and I note that they don't normally come to this committee, but this may be a good place to bring it up. I know that we're reaching the time where we usually hear about our capital priorities list, and we did have a discussion last time about the possibility of getting a kind of update on where we're at before that kind of hits, because those things tend to kind of crescendo at the last minute when they're due, and I think probably May, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm just wondering where we're at in that process and if we can get an update on where we're headed or what that list is kind of shaping up to look like. Maybe if there's some updates for trustees on that process. Just wondering where we're at with that.
Certainly, I can start that, and then if Superintendent Allender wishes to add in, that's great. We do bring a report to the board annually that's been asked about the last 5 years of history on that. So we will certainly bring that forward. I would think we would do it for the March board meeting so that everyone will have that information available. In terms of a new request going out by the ministry asking for submissions, we've received no information yet from the ministry with respect to that. I don't know if we will or not. I've heard nothing at all on that. So, you know, I can't offer anything regarding that. Certainly we have a starting point for items that we have identified that have been important to the board. And that will be reflected in that rolling report that we'll bring forward on the capital priorities.
I appreciate that, and also the note that we're still waiting on the ministry to ask us so that we can ask them. So I do appreciate that, and any information that we can kind of get on that to be prepared for that for ourselves to be able to approve that would be wonderful. Although I do note that you're also waiting on some parameters from the ministry. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from trustees during trustee question period? Okay, seeing none, I'm going then to notices of motion. Okay, seeing no notices of motion, announcements. Okay, I had 2, so I will just jump in. One of them is for a new website that is launching tomorrow. So The GECDSB will be launching its new website tomorrow. It's the same link as before, so publicboard.ca. Over the past several months, we've been working to improve our website's content, navigation, design, and technology with the goal of creating an online presence that better reflects our organization while providing the public and our staff with improved access to everything we have to offer. There's a lot of people that were involved in the process, so sincere thank you there. A special thank you to Madeline McEachran, Communications Officer, and the website development team who spearheaded this project. I believe also Superintendent Mills gets a shout out there as well. And we appreciate all of the numerous hours that it took to launch this new website. And so please take a look tomorrow. It should be live. Everything is going to hopefully go well. So I'm really excited to check it out myself. Yeah, so I just wanted to announce that tonight. So that would be one. And then the second one is just really related to the inclement weather that is pending. So I just wanted to read something that I know has been gone out on social media and that others have been posting. Or Superintendent Armstrong, did you want to jump in there?
No, if you're good, I'll support you if you need help.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll just read it, and then yeah, if there's any questions or anything further from trustees there. But information on inclement weather for GECDSB families. For the 2021-2022 school year, should student transportation be canceled due to inclement weather, schools will remain open for in-person learning / support. Students who are able to arrange for transportation to and from school will receive in-person instruction from their teachers, support staff for that day. For those students who are unable to arrange for alternative transportation, students will be provided with asynchronous work from their teacher. This process is the same for elementary and secondary students, both in the city and the county, depending on the status of their bus transportation due to inclement weather. So I've noted that a couple of trustees have already been sharing this on social media. So as we prepare to get a rather large snowfall, I just ask for patience and also that this information be shared widely, because I know that I've already been asked by community members about what was happening for tomorrow. So, yeah, thank you for sharing and continue to broadcast across the region. So, and I'm just going to ask if there's any other further announcements from trustees. Okay, seeing none. I will adjourn the meeting and we will convene into the public board meeting, and I will hand it over to Chair Higgison. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thanks, trustees. Thanks to our chairs and vice chairs of our committees. So I'm going back into our public meeting agenda. I will give trustees a hot minute to jump over to whatever screen you've got that on or piece of paper. We are on E of our public meeting agenda. Any declarations of conflict of interest for in here in our public meeting? Seeing and hearing none. Actions of the board meeting private session. I don't believe, Trustee Cook, that we had anything from private session this evening. No.
There was nothing.
Thank you very much. Approval of the minutes. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of our board meeting on way back in November. Moved by Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Olmsted. Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing and hearing nothing. Anyone opposed to approval of those minutes from November 2nd? Seeing and hearing none, that passes. Thank you very much. Any business arising from those minutes, trustees? Seeing and hearing none, we'll keep moving along. Recommendations from our standing committee. Education Committee, Chair Olmsted.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, there was a recommendation passed at agenda item J1. Do I have a mover?
I'll move that.
Thank you, Trustee Cook, seconded by Trustee Hatfield. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you.
And just for the public's reminder, that happened earlier tonight in our education committee meeting, so you can go back to that for reference. I do not believe there's anything from our operations and finance committee this evening. We had extensive reports on there. There was nothing, no recommendations from there, so thank you very much. Any notices of motion for this evening from trustees?
I have a notice of motion.
Go ahead, Trustee Cook.
Thank you. My notice of motion is that Greater Essex County District School Board review all school, mascot, and team names and report back to trustees at the first board meeting in September.
And you'll get that to Madame LeBeouf?
I will, thank you.
Much appreciated. Any other notices of motion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll adjourn our meeting tonight. Thank you very much to our chairs and vice chairs and all trustees and administrators and all that joined us this evening. Thanks so much, and be safe in this crazy weather.
Take care.
Good evening, everyone.